Folks, if everybody can just please double check your cell phones, make sure that they're turned all the way off. Thank you. All rise, please. Circuit Court in for Pinellas County is now in session with the Honorable Keith Meyer, Circuit Court Judge presiding. You can be seated.
All right. Morning, everybody.
Morning,
Okay. So we're back on the State of Florida versus Rodriguez case. And is our witness back?
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Perman's outside.
Okay, and the court was provided some case law from my judicial assistant from the defense, and it deals with expert witness testimony. Does the defense have anything you want to address before we resume the trial?
Yes, Your Honor, I wanted to renew all prior motions and objections, in particular the objection that was lodged by the defense when it was anticipated that Dr. Perman was going to testify as to Dr. Fitch's report and opinions. And so I provided 2 Supreme Court cases that I wanted to cite for the record, and I wanted to renew that objection with a reference to a portion of just one of those cases,
Okay,
if I may.
yeah, and if you could stand while you're.
Yes, I apologize. Lynn v. Fossum, 946 Southern 2nd, 1032. And Dufour v. State, 69 Southern 3rd, 235. Both are Supreme Court of Florida cases. The Dufour is 2011 and Lynn is 2006. I'm going to be reading from 2 to 3 sentences from Dufour. The court stated, although experts may testify as to the things on which they rely, experts cannot bolster or corroborate their opinions with the opinions of other experts who do not testify, because such testimony improperly permits one expert to become a conduit for the opinion of another expert who is not subject to cross-examination. To allow an expert to do so would cause any probative value of the testimony to be substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of issues, or misleading the jury. Further, an expert's testimony may not be used as a basis to introduce otherwise inadmissible evidence. So I renew my objection in regards to Dr. Perman testifying as to Dr. Fitch's report.
Okay, response?
And opinion.
Yes, Your Honor. So I think there came a time during Dr. Perman's testimony yesterday where she was opining about Ms. Fitch's testimony, but I think the court actually stepped in and corrected her. Please limit it to your own opinion. So
I think I recall that, yes.
So I don't think that the evidence presented here in court is Dr. Perman giving Ms. Fitch's opinion. I think it's all Dr. Perman's testimony, but she did rely on conversations with Ms. Fitch and Ms. Fitch's report. So I don't really think that that applies here. Dr. Perman's not a conduit for Ms. Fitch's testimony. She's just relying on that in her own expert opinion.
Yeah, I think the court's explicit or specific ruling was that, sure, the expert can rely on other sources and ultimately developing her own opinion, but the expert has to render an opinion. It can't just come in here and parrot the opinion of other people. That's inappropriate, and the court agrees, obviously has to agree with the Supreme Court on that issue, but would agree with them nonetheless. But that's issues preserved for the record, and the record is what it is. Anything else to address before we resume the trial?
Yes, Your Honor, this is brief. This was being mentioned during the testimony portion of the state's case in chief regarding the first set of videos, specifically the redacted one. I put on the record at sidebar 9.108, the rule of completeness. I believe Your Honor's response that the defense had the ability to introduce the full video in their case in chief. However, per the wording of 90.108, the onus, if the adverse party requires it, which would be the defense in this matter, requires the proponent of that evidence to produce the original and complete copy of that video, and the onus should not be on the defense. So I'm asking this court to instruct the state to produce the original, have it admitted into evidence. I don't plan on requiring them to publish it to the jury. However, I believe based upon 90.108, it needs to be entered into evidence because a redacted portion has already been admitted into evidence, and it goes to the defendant's theory of the case that there were other vehicles entering and exiting at that same time with other vehicles in their car.
Okay, response?
Yeah, Your Honor, I mean, however the court rules, we can, over the lunch break, because I anticipate that we'll have some pre-lunch testimony as well as some post-lunch testimony. We'll get the 8-minute, 48-second video downloaded, and we can have it prepared to either enter it or give it to defense to enter it on another witness.
Get it prepared, get it marked, and it'll be entered as state's exhibit, whatever, without objection from the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then whoever wants to publish it may publish it if they want, but it'll be state's evidence. Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor, we anticipate that we're going to continue with my cross-examination of Dr. Perman. I have a binder with a deposition transcript. I have multiple reports. I have an article that was presented at her deposition that discusses forensic analysis. I don't feel like I could adequately and comfortably cross-examine this witness at that podium with so much before me. I'm asking with this court's indulgence if I may question her seated at counsel table.
Standing at counsel table, fine.
Yes, sir.
All right, anything else?
No, sir.
All right, let's bring in the jury, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
And let's bring our witness in, please. still anticipate you have 10 to 15 minutes worth of cross-examination left?
I'm afraid not, Your Honor.
And the witness remains under oath from yesterday.
We approved this morning, just have to-
And let's bring in our jury, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning.
The jury is present and seated in the jury box.
All right, good morning, members of the jury, and welcome back. Standard question, obviously, we asked yesterday, and I'll ask again today. If anyone's aware of any violation of the court's instructions up to this moment in time, please raise your hand. And the record will reflect no one's hands are raised. So we're going to jump right back into it with the testimony of the witness who's currently on the witness stand, Dr. Elizabeth Perman. When we broke yesterday, it was defense cross-examination. Defense, you may continue.
Yes, Your Honor, may I please report?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Perman, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good.
I believe my notes indicate that we left off when I was questioning you upon the conclusions that you reached in your written report. Do you remember that?
Correct. Yes.
Is that a fair estimate as to where we left off?
Yes.
Now, is it not true that you generated a written report in this case?
I did.
And in that written report, there's a conclusion section.
Yes.
And under that conclusion section, there's a body of wording that goes along the lines of, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I be heard?
Yes, you may approach the bench.
Dr. Perlman, the report that you generated, that was based upon a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, correct?
Correct.
And that the statements contained in your opinion are accurate statements of your findings?
Yes.
Now, you opined in the conclusion section of, you gave an opinion, according to your report, that the remains are most consistent.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
You gave an opinion. I'm asking you about your opinion that you testified to on direct examination. Is it your opinion that the body was consistent with having been deceased prior to decapitation?
Yes, it is a possibility.
Okay. You would agree with me that the word possibility is not contained in your report?
Correct.
Did you ever prepare an amended report?
No.
So the first time that we're hearing of the word possibility associating and qualifying about the dog having been deceased prior to decapitation, the first time we're hearing that is today.
I believe that I mentioned it yesterday, and so as a
Well, let me
veteran...
stop you right there.
Sure.
Whether it's yesterday or today, the first time that we're hearing that word was in this trial.
I believe that in the deposition, it was brought up that it is likely, there's a possibility and likely, and though there is room for, it's also unlikely. There's room for other possibilities for
I'm
differentials.
glad you brought up your deposition because we're going to be getting to that in just a few questions, okay?
Sure.
Also agree with me that a part of your opinion of death is unknown, as there is no gross evidence of neoplastic process or illness that would have resulted in death.
Correct.
So just to break it down for a jury, so you can assist them as they are the trial fact, cause of death is unknown.
Absolutely, yes.
That would be important in a case where the state has to show some sort of intentional infliction of harm on an animal.
Potentially.
And along the lines of cause of death being unknown, logically speaking, we don't know who did this in this case.
In my experience as a veterinarian, I often don't know who the suspects are, and it's almost irrelevant to my assessment as a forensic veterinarian. So if a dog has a collar that has an animal's owner on it, I have no idea if that owner is actually the suspect or not. I am doing my job completely independent of who the suspect is. I will still do the same methodical procedures.
So that's a no?
Correct.
I believe we covered this briefly yesterday. You were never at the scene when the dog was recovered from the mangroves.
Correct. I was not on scene.
How, in what condition was the dog's remain received by you?
The remains presented in a cooler.
They were frozen, in fact?
Correct.
Now, do you remember what date, based upon your review of the records in this case and the information that was available to you, do you remember the date that the dog was found in the mangroves?
I don't recall. I believe it was roughly within the last week, but I don't recall the exact date. I can reference my record, my
Would
notes.
referencing your report refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Please review your report, look at me, and now signal to me to ask you the follow-up question.
It was on 5/14/2024 that the remains of a deceased dog were found decapitated and floating in a plastic bag on the mangroves of the beach.
And that seems accurate to you based upon your memory?
Accurate in that.
Based upon the report?
Correct. Yeah. Yes.
Now, are you from Florida?
No.
Where are you originally from?
Chicago.
How long have you been in Florida?
Roughly 7 years.
What's the temperature like in May?
I think warm. It's relative question.
Now, you would agree with me that warm water can affect the acceleration of decomposition?
Absolutely.
Humidity could play a role,
Absolutely.
whether it's overcast,
Absolutely.
temperatures of the water.
Absolutely.
And that's because warm water and humidity can create an ideal environment for bacterial growth.
Absolutely.
And that could accelerate tissue breakdown.
Absolutely. Yes.
Now, I believe as part of your opinion, you referenced that there may have been some slippage of the skin. correct, on the body of the dog? Can you tell the jury what slippage means?
Sure. So skin slippage is, I briefly mentioned that yesterday. It's where on dogs and cats, they have a lot of fur on the top of their skin. So when we pet them, that's what we're touching is their fur. And the hairs are embedded within a layer called the dermis, and that's our skin that we have. And so all of those hair follicles are embedded within the dermis. Now, when there's decomposition in bacteria, we wash our faces almost every day, right, ideally. And when we do that, we're cleaning off bacteria on our skin. So there is a normal bacterial flora that's on our skin, and when we decompose, that will often accelerate, or not necessarily accelerate, but it's already there, and there's nothing cleaning it, there's nothing altering it, that it often will flourish. In addition to the factors that were mentioned, like humidity, exposure to the sun, exposure to heat and the elements can also accelerate that, which causes a breakdown of the attachment of the hair from the layer of the dermis where that hair follicle is planted in. And so that will literally just slough off, slide off. That's the best example there.
Doctor, so along those lines, you would agree with me that if we have a deceased animal in a warm environment with the humid conditions, as opposed to that same animal in a less warm or a less humid environment, even though the same amount of time has elapsed, the animal in the humid and warm environment would show accelerated signs of decomposition.
There's a lot more variables to it than that, so it's possible that that's not accurate. So if there's a lot of, so for Dexter, he was within a plastic bag per the police report provided. And so with that, insects can't get into it. And insects can also really accelerate decomposition and decay of tissue. So it's possible that in that scenario, there are other factors that are variables that would influence that they could potentially decompose at similar rates, even though those parameters are the same.
Well, doctor, you must be aware that there was holes found in the bag that the dog was contained in.
I did not personally examine the bag.
Okay. So you're not aware if holes were found on the bag when the dog was found?
Correct. I did not personally examine the bag.
And if holes were in the bag, that could allow insects to get in.
Absolutely. If it's floating in water, that would also create challenges for insects and flies to get into it, but potentially it could.
And those are additional factors on top of the one that we've been conversing about that would accelerate decomposition.
Absolutely. And there was no evidence of any entomology or bugs present on Dexter, which I would have made note of during examination.
Now, isn't it true that there could be effects on your analysis by a subsequent freezing of an animal?
Absolutely.
And please correct me if I'm wrong, there could be tissue expansion and cellular rupture.
And that, yes, and that's what I was talking about yesterday.
And that's because if there's water contained inside the body, it could freeze and expand.
Correct. There's a little more nuances to that, but roughly, whether a body has been floating in water or whether it's on land, if it's frozen and then thawed, that can also impact the histopathological analysis of those tissues. So essentially between the layers of the cells, we will get crystals, so like ice cubes, if you will, and that when it thaws will destroy the texture. It can destroy the texture of that tissue.
Now, it goes without saying, it's unlikely or withdraw the question. You can't perform proper necropsy on a frozen animal.
That is incorrect.
Okay. Was that done in this case?
That was done in this case.
So the dog was never allowed to be thawed overnight?
The dog was thawed overnight.
Okay. So my question is, isn't it true that the thawing process could further accelerate the decomposition of the animal?
No.
That's incorrect?
I do not anticipate. We routinely do perform necropsies. I personally routinely perform necropsies on thawed animals and am able to deem, render, and identify a cause of death, as well as submit histopathology samples, that microscopic analysis of tissue. The absence of histopathological tissue samples in this case is specific for the decomposition degree. The body was super decomposed prior to my assessment. by freezing the remains, it preserved the evidence that we could identify. If we had allowed the remains to be continued to decompose at room temperature in a refrigerator, at that point there would be minimal to no identifiable tissues that are left. It would just continue to rot, if that makes sense.
Understood, but the decomposition process does start to begin when the thawing process begins.
At a slower rate, but yes.
At a slower rate, but decomposition it's onsets during the thawing process.
I think that there's more nuance to that, but it can.
Okay. Now, you're unable to testify to this jury when the decomposition of the dog in question began.
Correct.
You can't pinpoint it on a date or time.
Absolutely. That is absolutely correct.
So you can't determine and tell the jury that the decomposition began on May 11th.
Correct.
You can't do it for May 12th.
No.
You can't do it for May 13th.
No.
You can't do it for May 14th.
Correct. I cannot.
Now, there was no indication that this dog had been scratched or showed any signs of laceration around his body.
Correct.
And so along those lines, there was no indication that this dog was held down or strapped down by anything.
There are more nuances to that statement. So with physical restraint, we can see lacerations or cuts or abrasions or those kind of things. However, that's not with every single incident of restraint. So I wouldn't expect to necessarily see scratches if an animal was hog-tied with electrical tape or some type of tape, because that's so tight, adhering that together, that there's not room for friction to cause those type of lesions.
But you can't, as part of your opinion, you can't identify and tell this jury that that's in fact what happened in this case.
That is correct, I cannot.
Now, you also came to the conclusion that this must have been caused by some sort of sharp instrument.
Yes.
Along my same line of question, you can't tell this jury what specific instrument was used.
Based on the striations that we discussed yesterday, or those lines in the bone that were very uniform, it was not some type of saw, because we would see change of direction. So when we saw something, we saw forward and then we cut back, that there would be a change in direction of that bone cut. And with these, it was more of that straight line, that they were parallel with each other. So with that information, we are of the opinion that it is of a machete or a meat cleaver type instrument.
Now, a saw has ridges, corrugated type of ridges. You would agree with me, as opposed to a flat, sharp surface?
They can, yes,
Okay, so you've excluded a saw being used in this case, correct?
correct.
Now, you'd agree with me that a katana sword would have the same sort of sharpness as a meat cleaver?
I am unfamiliar with a katana sword.
Okay. How about a samurai sword?
A samurai sword, I'm familiar. I am unfamiliar with the impact of that on a bone, but that I would have to examine in front of me to be able to draw that conclusion.
Examine what?
Well, be able to look at the blade and the depth and the width of the blade, as well as the sharp, like the edges of the blade, if that makes sense.
I'm looking at your report. You never analyzed a meat cleaver or a machete in this case.
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, I want to get into your external examination. That was during the direct examination. Do you remember that?
Yes.
The external examination part of the necropsy?
Yes.
And the external examination involves a thorough evaluation of the external findings of the skin, the quality of decomposition, the nails, and any signs of external parasites or injury.
Correct.
You would agree with me that you collect toxicology on all your cases,
Yes.
but you didn't do one for this case.
Incorrect.
Okay? Is your testimony that a toxicology report was submitted in this case?
My testimony is that I collected toxicology. I did not submit toxicology. So I have the samples, but they have never been submitted to a laboratory.
Is that standard in the crop, in all your necropsies?
I routinely perform for all of my cases collection of toxicology.
My question is more specific, submission of toxicology.
If I am submitting toxicology, I would say that in the vast majority of my cases, I collect toxicology and those samples sit in our secure storage evidence room, and I don't actually submit them. For me to submit toxicology samples, it will take into account the history combined with any suspicion of discussion of the investigators, saying that they're concerned about toxicology, or if the animal was alive and a vet is assessing that live animal, they have concern about the way the animal is presenting, that they're concerned, or blood work abnormalities that that animal was exposed to a toxin. So the vast majority of my cases, I have toxicology and I don't submit them because there's nothing warranting it.
I want to take a step back and ask you a follow-up question on the decomposition of this dog. You mentioned that there were a few variables. We talked about cloud coverage, temperature of the water, the temperature, the ambient temperature. You'd also agree with me that if animal is contained inside of a bag, that could accelerate the decomposition as well.
Absolutely.
And we have a situation where the dog was found inside of a bag.
Correct.
You were able to take and perform some analysis on the gastric content and the liver of the dog in this case.
Yes, I collected those samples.
And that's because they were the only organs that were still relatively in some type of structure to be able to collect the contents of them.
Correct.
But they weren't analyzed.
Correct.
You would agree with me that if they were analyzed, you would have discovered some information about an illness or a disease.
I disagree strongly.
Okay. And why do you disagree so strongly?
Toxicology is not going to tell me about disease process that's present or any type of illness that's present. Oftentimes I think that those outside of the forensic field are aware of TV show forensics where they can put something into a machine and it will pop up what it is. Unfortunately, with toxicology, there has to be some more narrow specific spectrum of suspicion of what type of toxicology to know what to submit for. So it is not possible to submit a sample and say, I'm not sure, but I think there's a toxin, can you tell me what it is? There's no sample that you can submit that there's a mass panel that will detect against insecticides, pesticides, ethylene glycol. There's a million litanies of things that could potentially kill an animal if it's a toxin. And so with that, we have to have some more narrow idea of what we are asking that lab specifically to test for.
Now, the liver would show, would it indicate after your analysis signs of a specific toxin or a chemical?
It can.
Okay. Or poison?
Theoretically, it can, potentially.
But we don't know if that was the case in this case.
There was no gross evidence of any disease or toxin exposure. So looking at the liver and the stomach content, there was no rat bait or the blocks of rat bait that would stand out that could potentially kill a dog. So if I had grossly seen something like that would indicate what I'm specifically looking for, I would have submitted that toxicology panel. But in the absence of that, they were not submitted.
And gross, if you want to refresh their recollection, just means putting your eyeballs on it.
Correct.
But obviously looks can be deceiving sometimes, doctor?
They can.
Okay. So we don't know conclusively if there was something going on in the liver.
I do not know conclusively if this dog was poisoned, toxined, exposed to something or not. That is correct.
Okay, so we don't know if the dog was roaming on the streets and ate rat poison.
There is no they're looking at the dog.
We know there's no gross evidence, but I'm asking you there's no conclusory evidence that the dog was roaming down the streets and ate rat poison.
Correct.
Now I'm going to confirm my co-counsel.
Yes.
You mentioned meat cleaver and machete, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned it,
Yes.
those two instruments. But isn't it true that the determination of the instrument is, you don't have that skill set to determine that?
I do not possess that skill set. I do possess the skill set to be able to identify a handsaw versus a knife-like structure of like a meat cleaver, you know, the structure of the serrated surface or that cutting surface.
Are you familiar with an axe?
Yes.
An axe could have been the instrument in this case.
No.
Why not?
So with an axe, we have a very big, heavy block attached to a cutting surface. So had an axe been used to cut that neck, I would have seen different margins or the edges of the skin. When I was evaluating the external findings, we discussed that the hairline around the neck, where there were the cut marks with cut hairs. I would have seen more trauma to that from the blunt force of something hitting it with impact, not in addition to that sharp force at the tip. In addition to that, looking at the spinal column that we looked at yesterday, I would expect to see significantly more shattering of those bones because of that intense power behind the axe. It's not the axe cutting just because the tip of it is next to something. It's that force behind it which crushes when it's cutting.
Are you aware that axes come in different weights and sizes?
They can.
So that would affect your analysis depending upon the type of axe you use.
I still believe that axes would cause blunt force trauma, which was not necessarily present here with analysis of the tissues.
Now, you would agree with me that if there was some type of blunt force trauma to the head of the animal, that there may be some residual signs of that seen in the body of the animal?
I have been working on blunt force trauma cases for the last 8 years or more, and I've never seen a case where, for example, with whiplash of humans, where animals will have a bulging disc because their head has rippled or been hit in some capacity. And so I wouldn't expect to see that with necessarily blunt force trauma to the head.
But you would agree with me that depending upon the location of the blunt force trauma, you may see residual signs of bruising on the body.
Potentially, yes.
For example, if it's towards the muzzle, no. Correct?
Correct.
However, if there's blunt force trauma towards the back of the head, you may find some bruising on the body of the animal.
Depending on the level of decomposition, we may find bruising, yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, you testified prior that you did not see grossly any evidence of bruising anywhere on the body.
Correct, and that is also taking into account the level of decomposition.
You never found any foreign hairs, fibers, paint flecks, or any other foreign substances on this dog during your analysis?
No.
You'd also agree with me that you obtained biological evidence during your necropsy, such as tissue, blood, and urine.
I did not collect blood.
Tissue and urine.
I did not collect urine. I collected contents from the liver and the stomach and some hairs from portions of the skin from around the neck. And then I collected the skeletal, this part of the skeleton for analysis for Amanda.
You remember giving a deposition in this case?
I do.
I was asking questions. Ms. Beltran from the State Attorney's Office was there.
Yes.
There was an attorney from Animal Services there.
I don't recall who else was there.
Mr. Zilak,
Yes.
court reporter was there.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, you were asked to raise your hand, sort of tell
Yes.
the truth.
Yes.
You'd agree with me that there was a question posed to you. Was there any biological evidence obtained, such as tissue, blood, urine, in your necropsy, and you replied in the affirmative?
I must have collected urine for the toxicology, so we can collect urine as well. Sometimes when a drug is exposed through the body, then we collect urine. I apologize that I misspoke. I didn't recall that in this
Okay,
question.
doctor. There is nothing of note because you never submitted those samples.
Those samples were not submitted, that's correct.
And just like the liver and the gastric content, we can't conclusively determine if there may have been anything of note and relevant in this case found in that analysis, if it was submitted?
Correct, toxicology was not submitted.
Are you familiar with Dr. Rachel Tarut?
I am.
Who's Rachel Tarut, Dr. Rachel Tarut?
Dr. Rachel Tarut is the senior director of the agency that I work, the team that I work for.
Is she still present there is she at the University of Florida?
We are not at the University of Florida.
Okay, but is she your supervisor?
She is my supervisor.
Okay. Are you familiar with an article authored by her and Amanda Fitch?
Yes,
Are you familiar with the article being titled Identification, Collection, and Preservation of Veterinary Forensic Evidence on Scene and During the Postmortem Examination?
I am.
Would you consider this article as authority on necropsies?
I think authority is a strong word.
What word would you use then?
Guideline,
Do you think that this is an appropriate and fair guideline regarding necropsies
regarding the,
contained in this article?
there are points from there that are of absolutely abuse.
Now, as part of that article, you would agree with me that as a forensic veterinarian, your duty is to this court, assist the trier of fact in understanding the evidence, and in effect acting as an advocate for the truth.
Absolutely.
And that's what's important here is the truth, correct?
Scientific truth, yes.
Now, you'd agree with me that just because the dog in this case was found in the mangroves, that doesn't necessarily mean that's where the animal cruelty occurred.
Correct, that's very, yes, I agree.
So you would agree with me that the mangroves is not the scene of the crime?
I am unsure of whether it's the scene of the crime or a secondary site related to the scene of the crime. I wasn't in attendance. I don't have a response. I don't know the answer.
Understood. And so along those lines, you're unaware of there being any scene of the crime in this case?
Correct.
Now, according to this article, your supervisor, Dr. Tarut, says, objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Would you agree with me that not visiting the scene of where the animal was found is one of the classical mistakes in forensic pathology?
I think that there are quite a few nuances to that statement.
How so?
It's not practical. So that same paper also cites that it's not always practical to have a
let me stop you
veterinarian.
right there. Do you disagree or agree that it's a classical mistake not to see the scene for yourself?
I don't know that I agree that it's a classical mistake.
So you're disagreeing with Dr. Rachel Tarut then?
If that, yes. It's great to have scene information, but it's not always possible or feasible.
And we're not talking about possible or feasible. We're just talking about the fact that whether it could benefit you in your analysis, and visiting the scene in person could benefit you.
Absolutely. A scene can absolutely benefit the investigation.
Because there's a great deal of evidence at the scene that could provide you situational awareness about the scene and the impact that that may have had on the animal.
Absolutely, like having the head.
Now, because you weren't at the scene, you don't have the benefit of observing with gross evidence, your own eyes, the surroundings, being able to communicate with the people involved in this case, such as the kayaker, animal services, the deputies. You never had that in your analysis.
Correct.
And along those lines, you have no personal knowledge as to how the dog in this case was handled.
I have some knowledge based on the crime scene report from law enforcement, in addition to crime scene photos that were taken by a crime scene technician. So there is some awareness to it. It's not more than a yes or no answer to your response.
Now, if you don't know how the body was collected, packaged, and stored, you would agree with me that in your analysis, it could potentially excel decomposition.
Potentially.
Have you authored any publications or literature regarding necropsies of animals?
No,
Have you ever written any articles such as this one by your supervisor, Dr. Tarou, regarding aggravated animal cruelty type cases?
no,
Have you ever been peer reviewed by other forensic veterinarians?
no,
Now, you'd agree with me, before generating your report, you had a conversation with the state attorney's office.
correct.
So before you put your opinion in writing, you had the opportunity to discuss with them your findings and conclusions.
Correct.
Now, my question to you is, after your report was prepared, did you have a subsequent conversation with the state attorney's office?
I don't recall.
Do you recall when you performed or when you authored your report?
If I can refresh my memory,
You may.
on February 5th of 2025,
When did you perform the necropsy?
I performed the necropsy on the January, February, March, April, May 29th of 2024.
Why did it take so long between the necropsy and the authoring of this report?
So I started the draft immediately within the weeks following the necropsy. Our reports aren't written, they take time to have samples back, to get histopathology reports back, osteology. Part of the delay in authoring and finalizing and publishing this report was waiting for Amanda Fitch's osteology report, because I include all reports within my final report. So there was a delay associated with the osteological evaluation, in addition to our routine cases that we are actively working on for necropsy, deployment for large-scale cases, testimonies. I've had quite a few testimony cases lately, in addition to our general workload. So it's not uncommon for it to take several weeks to months to get a report done.
Based upon your report, your deposition, your testimony here today, you can't tell this jury that this dog was killed because of decapitation.
Correct?
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Redirect examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Perman, I want to touch on that last point that defense asked you about. So I just want to make it very clear. Can you explain to the members of the jury why you cannot say that Dexter was killed by decapitation?
Sure. There's a variety of things that are at play, variables that are at play here. First and foremost, he's severely decomposed. Looking at the scene photos, we can see that his body is very, very bloated and matches that of what I received when I started my necropsy. And so looking at that advanced stage of decomposition, the tissues are already rotting, that microarchitecture to see what's normal and abnormal has already been decayed. So in a case that if he were fresh and like recently deceased or deceased, I say recently, but less decomposed, advanced decomposition, then I'd be able to take samples of that and do like cut out little samples of them and submit them to a boarded pathologist who again would look under that microscope and say, yes, there's bruising here, that's consistent, you have to be alive to have a bruise. But with that stage of decomposition, that wasn't an option for this case. Additionally to that, we have
Objection narrative.
Overruled.
additional to that, we have the issue that if Dexter had been alive when he was decapitated, we would be looking at exsanguination, which is bleeding out from the neck. So there's critical structures here, including the airway, the windpipe, and then blood supply that's really, really big that goes to supply the brain. And so if we had cut deep enough to go against that lower right side of Dexter's neck, it would have cut right through that blood supply and he would have bled out. And that loss and a very quick, large volume of blood being lost would also potentially reduce the amount of bruising that we could potentially see. So if anybody were to suddenly exsanguinate and cut those critical blood supply up to the brain, you bleed so fast that your body doesn't even have time to seep out a bruise to that region. So I think that we have a couple variables there that are making it particularly challenging in this case to determine whether he was deceased or alive.
And then just touching again based on what we talked about yesterday, in addition to the decomposition and what you just explained, you don't have a head in this case.
Correct.
And Can you just remind the jury why that would be important and why you cannot determine the cause of death because you don't have the head?
Correct. So,
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
so for a totality of necropsy, we are really, without a full body, it can be very challenging to determine cause of death. It's possible that there was a gunshot wound. It's possible that there was strangulation somewhere in the neck. There's so many variables that I can't rule in or rule out, like have them as a thought process as to what killed Dexter because I don't have a key component of the body. Just as if we found Dexter's head and Dexter's head was fine, I can't say he wasn't killed because I don't have the rest of the body to thoroughly evaluate. Is there some type of cancer? Is there something going on? Is there an obstruction? There are a lot of different ways that animals can die, and with that, I don't have all the pieces to the puzzle to fit together without that head.
Okay. Thank you, doctor. Now, I want to talk, you were asked some questions yesterday and a little bit today about identifying a suspect in this case. Is that any part of your responsibility as a forensic veterinarian?
None whatsoever.
Okay. Are you responsible for investigating a crime?
Not at all.
Is that something that law enforcement officers do?
Yes.
Do you go out and talk with witnesses?
Never.
Do you go out and develop suspects for cases?
I have never done that.
So all of that is sort of outside of your purview as a forensic veterinarian?
Correct.
Okay. You were asked some questions on cross-examination about the toxicology, and I want to just give you an opportunity to explain a little bit more about that. So based on your examination of Dexter and all those organs that we listed off yesterday, was there anything that you saw based on your examination that indicated that he had been poisoned?
Nothing that I could see.
Was there any indication, what would you expect to see if a dog ate rat poison? I know you talked about it a little bit, but I want you to have an opportunity to explain.
So with animals that, let's say there's multiple different ways that animals and humans can be exposed to toxins. It can be something that they just touch a surface like cocaine or, Narcan with law enforcement, they need to carry that because of the transmission between skin, right? Then there's also aerosolized toxins where somebody inhales a fume that can kill them or severely impair them. And so with these different routes, like for example, the rat bait exposure, I didn't see any evidence of that with Dexter. And so what I would expect if he were, depending on the timeline, if he had eaten rat poison off of the street, I would see some green poop because it's dyed green or blue. It usually has a bright color, so it's easily seen. I would expect to see that in the gastrointestinal or the intestinal tract. I would expect to see chunks of it somewhere because it causes death really, really suddenly, right? And the delay of the stomach digesting rat bait specifically, I would still expect to see chunks of that in the stomach or within the gastrointestinal tract. And I did not see any evidence of that for Dexter.
Now, Dr. Perman, I want to talk about the cut, or the multiple cuts. If Dexter was alive whenever that chopping happened, would he have felt pain?
Absolutely.
Would he have felt suffering?
Yes.
And what we were talking about yesterday was that one of those could have paralyzed him. Is that correct?
Yes.
How does that factor into your examination of those cuts in this case, the fact that he could have been paralyzed by one of those strikes?
When I look at Dexter, those incisions are in a very vulnerable place. In particular, not only because of the key organs that are there that are a necessity for life, like the windpipe and the trachea, and those key blood vessels that are going up to the brain, right? And additionally, those are positions that are very tightly, closely guarded in a dog's stance of the jaw and that shoulder area. And so for a dog to be able to be essentially chopped or cut in that area would be very it's a difficult question to answer.
Right. So would you expect to see those cuts in a different pattern if he was not paralyzed?
Yes, I would anticipate maybe one cut there, but for it to be continual of 4 impacts, that would be very challenging for an animal not to move unless they're restrained in some capacity or incapacitated in some capacity. It's a very, how many of you have, scratched a dog's ear and they go into it or pet them there and they're like shy or sensitive with that area? It's a very hypersensitive area because of all that key structures. There's a lot of nerves there. So I would expect maybe one, or I would anticipate maybe one incision or chop wound there, but to have 4 back to back, I can't imagine an animal laying there and not moving unless they're incapacitated or it's severely paralyze them.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Doctor.
Your Honor, I have one recross.
Yes?
Doctor, the word paralysis is never mentioned in your report. You would agree with that?
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You're excused. State, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. People would say before called Detective Payton, Nicholas Payton. Payton, D-A-D.
Right this way, please. Good, just put your hand here. Case clerk, raise your right hand and receive the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Have a seat. Please pull the chair and speak in a loud voice for the court.
Thank you.
Your witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective. Can you please turn and introduce yourself to the members of the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Detective Nicholas Payton, P-A-D-E-N.
All right, and where do you work, Detective?
I work for the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office.
And what specific type of work do you do there now?
I work in the digital forensics unit.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what that job entails?
Yes, as a digital forensics detective, I essentially assist with the preservation and collection and examination analysis of digital evidence. That includes anything from cellular phones, computers, vehicles, Alexas, pretty much anything that can store data. We can attempt to grab evidence off of those devices and give it to the case agent.
And how long have you been working in that capacity?
Just 13 months now.
And were you working in this capacity in May 2024?
I was.
Prior to working in digital forensics, do you have any other prior experience at Pinellas County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I was hired in February of 2014. I worked as a road deputy for about 3 years. In the summer of 2017, I transferred to the Sexual Predator and Offender Tracking Unit, or the SPOT unit. I did about a year and a half there. In February of 2019, I transferred to the Crimes Against Children unit, and I stayed there for 5 years before transferring to digital forensics in January of last year.
And whenever you got moved over to the digital forensics unit, did you have to complete any additional training or anything like that?
Yes, so I've done a number of trainings since moving to the digital forensics unit. Because of the nature of the job, because of computers constantly changing, we have to essentially be always training on the updates to the technology. I gotta make sure I get it right, a certified forensic computer examiner through the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists. It's called IASIS. It's like a professional organization that involves a very lengthy certification process that took about 4 months to get. And since then, I've done a number of trainings through SANS and the NCFI, which is a national training headquarters for anything involving digital forensics through advanced forensic techniques. I'm also certified to work with our various tools, our vendor tools. So, for example, Celebrite, which is used for cell phone extractions, Encase, which is used for computer extractions, Burla, which is for vehicle infotainment centers. We can pull information from cars. And so, yeah, I'm constantly in some sort of training.
And Detective, just so that the record's clear, I know you were referencing something underneath the desk. What was it that you were referencing?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is my CV that has all my training on it.
Thank you. Now, I want to talk with you about your involvement in this case. And I know you mentioned Celebrite. We'll get to that in a second. What was your involvement in this case specifically involving Domingo Rodriguez?
I was tasked with conducting an extraction of a cellular telephone.
And can you explain, I know you mentioned Celebrite, can you please explain to the members of the jury what Celebrite is?
Celebrite is a tool that the Sheriff's Office has access to. It allows us to essentially grab an image of information off of a phone. So our tools allow us to pull that information off in one large zipped file, a dump, that allows us to then take that file and then parse it or categorize it in other forensic tools that we have, also through Celebrite, that allows us to take a big chunk of information and put it into various categories. So like this string of ones and zeros is a text message. This string of ones and zeros is a phone call record or location information or a calendar invite. Pretty much anything that is on the phone that is parsed by Celebrite, we're able to create a sub-report and provide it to the case agent.
And just so I'm clear, so whenever you take a phone extraction, it's really not readable. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Just in general, like whenever you first download the phone?
Yes, exactly.
And Celebrate is a program that allows you, as a digital forensic analyst, to see what it is that those numbers actually mean.
Yes, we have a separate tool also through Celebrite. So Celebrite can be used for the initial extraction, and then we can also have a separate tool through the same company that parses it out and categorizes it.
Okay, and were you able to conduct that extraction and, I don't know what the technical term for it is, but get it so that way it's readable for you in this case?
Yes.
I want to talk with you about what you found in this case. So can you, I know you briefly went over what sort of information you can get from a Celebrite extraction, but can you get information about installed applications?
Yes.
Can you get information about calendar information?
Yes.
Messages?
Yes.
Is it just text messages, or are there other types of messages that you're able to see?
There's many different types of messages that can be pulled from a phone. There are, say for example, an iPhone has the iMessage app, which is sort of like a chat. It's not through the SMS protocol that old school text messages went through. It's its own separate entity. And there's also other applications that allow for direct person-to-person communication or group texts. Think like Facebook Messenger or Snapchat, WhatsApp, any number of social media applications can be categorized as a text message for shorthand.
In addition to all of that, are you able to look at location data?
Yes.
Are you able to, so whenever you're conducting your evaluation or your investigation in a case like this, what are some areas that you're looking at on that Celebrite extraction?
So it depends on the type of investigation that it is, but often we want to make sure that we're looking at the, trying to answer the questions of the who, the where, the what, the why, that sort of thing. So location data is big, depending on the type of investigation that it is. We're looking at media files, whether it's pictures, videos, animated GIFs. We're looking at text conversations to see if there's any mention of the crime before, during, or after. Looking for call records, anything to indicate that there might have been a contact with other people about that sort of thing. And then, you know, tertiary or like less common places to look, but a place to look nonetheless is like Notepad, you know, memos. Sometimes we can pull information from the log of the phone itself to see if there's, say, for example, like steps counted or elevation changes in the phone itself, screen on and off events. There's a lot of things we can pull from the phone.
Okay. Now, you listed out a couple of things that you'd be looking for in an investigation like this. I want to talk about location first.
Okay.
So how are you able to determine location data from looking at a cell phone or a cell phone extraction on Celebrite?
So the extraction itself will show, once it's been parsed, where on the phone it was located. Usually it's in a file path or a database that tracks that information, usually as a matter of course. There's any number of ways and times that location can be saved to a phone, and we can, with varying degrees of certainty, say whether or not the phone was at that location at that time. So not all location points are as good as others. It's up to us to kind of infer from the file path the location of that data, and then also cross-reference it with other data that might come from other sources.
And what sort of other data from other sources are you talking about that you would cross-reference with what's on the phone?
Right. So, for example, if the phone has GPS enabled, and we can get a fix for where the phone was given a certain time, and I know from training experience that the location of that data is often associated with where the phone actually is, I would still say, hey, let's maybe cross-reference where the phone says it is to where the carrier says it is through the cell phone towers. And if those are in line with each other, then we can kind of start saying, I can, with a greater degree of certainty, say that the phone was at this location, because even where I cannot personally verify, I can rely on the things where I can verify. And if they match up, then I tend to believe that that is a true and accurate result of where that phone was.
So you mentioned cell phone towers, and I want to touch on that just a little bit because that's going to be important later on whenever we're hearing other testimony. Is the cell phone tower data, is that sometimes referred to as cell site data?
Yes.
And so just so I'm clear, what you would rely on is phone location from the phone itself, and then you would cross-reference it with other information like cell site towers, is that right?
Yes.
And then in addition to that, I'm going to give you some examples of some things that might be helpful during your investigation. Would license plate reader hits
Yes.
be helpful? Would toll booth videos be helpful?
Yes.
And would you be able to cross-reference that information with the information from the cell phone to get a more accurate picture about where that phone was?
Yes, as long as there's data in the phone to cross-reference it against.
Wonderful. I want to talk about, were you able to determine any sort of location data from the phone whenever you examined it?
Yes.
What was that information?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay, lack of authentication.
What was that information, that location information that you were able to find from the phone?
So there are various points of, location points pulled from the phone during the month of May of last year, showing the phone popping up at different locations around the 10th and the 11th and the 12th.
Okay. So let's start with May 10th, 2024. Do you remember where that location data was on May 10th, 2024 that you were able to pull?
I'll be able to refer my notes if that's all right.
Yeah, do you need to refresh your recollection?
I have here.
If you can just look up at me whenever you're done.
So I don't have the exact addresses listed here, but I do have them, a handful of locations in Pinellas Park, also in the areas of around where the defendant lives.
Okay. And do you remember what time those location data or those location points were?
According to the map that I provided, there was some at the Pinellas Park address around 4:53 p.m. on May 10th, as well as 12:38 a.m. on May 11th. I also have,
Your Honor, I ask that the witness testify based upon his recollection as opposed to reading directly from whatever paper he has in his hand.
Okay, sustained.
Detective Payton, if you could refresh your recollection and then look up at me whenever it's.
thank you. Okay.
Is your
So-
recollection refreshed?
Yes, it is.
While it's still fresh in your mind, you can go and answer that question.
I'll do my best. On May 10th, at around 5:57 p.m., he was at his home, in the area around his home, approximately 1 hour later at his home, and then early the next morning, after between midnight and 1 a.m., he was also in that area as well.
Okay. Were you able to find any location data from May 11th for the defendant's phone?
If I may refer to my notes.
Yes.
Yes, so on May 11th, there was a hit at that location in the Pinellas Park area shortly after midnight, as well as some various areas within Pinellas County, one notably around 9 a.m. In the area of 66th Street North, just shy of 34th Avenue North.
Okay, thank you. Once you collected that phone location data, did you send that information over to Deputy Rosenberg so we can continue his investigation?
I did.
Okay. Now that was us talking about the location data. The only other thing I want to talk about location, were you able to review all the location data from May 10th, 2024 through May 11th, 2024?
Yes.
Whenever you were reviewing that information, was there any indication to you from any of that location data that that phone ever left Pinellas County?
No.
Okay. And why not?
So of all the information that we have from the phone, native locations associated with the device, we would be looking for anything with a latitude and longitude outside of Pinellas County. I reviewed all the available location data that was from the phone itself, and there was no indication that he had ever left the county itself.
Thank you. And you said something about available data. That kind of brings me into my next point. Were you able to view the internet activity or the web page history on the defendant's phone?
Yes.
How did you do that?
So just like if it's a text message or a phone call, data that is associated with web history, meaning websites that are visited by the phone, that is also categorized in a log and provided for potential use. It comes in handy if you wanted to see if someone was Googling how to get rid of evidence of a crime or see what websites they're going to if it's related to the investigation. So I was able to pull a list of all the web search history from May 10 and May 11.
Do you have a ballpark? Did you just pull that information from May 10th and May 11th?
I did.
Were you able to find any information about the internet activity?
If I may refer to my notes.
Yes.
Okay. So in total, there were over 5,900 web history results on the phone itself. I noticed a significant gap, meaning there were no web search history or web history visits on the phone between 6:42 p.m. on May 10th and, one moment,
Would it be 2:01 a.m. on May 12th, 2024?
2:01 a.m., yes, the next day.
Okay. Was there internet activity after that 2:01 a.m.?
Yes,
And then was there internet activity before 6:42 a.m. on May 10th?
yes,
So just so I'm clear, of the 5,900 entries of internet activity on the defendant's phone, there was 0 between May 10th, 2024 at 6:42 p.m. and May 12th, 2024 at 2:01 a.m. Is that correct?
correct.
And you said that that was significant to you. Can you
Yes.
explain to the members of the jury why that's significant?
Objection, speculation,
Overruled.
improper opinion.
It's significant because when you're looking for gaps in data, you try to figure out what could possibly be the result of that. I can not say for certain why that information is not there, but
Objection,
generally,
speculation.
if there is an unexplained reason, I don't see any indication that there was that the phone had been turned off or that the phone was not being used at that time.
And I want to talk about that because you can't say that the phone was turned off because you have location data on the phone during that period. Is that right?
We have a number of different data from the phone indicating that it had not been powered off. So even if you're not doing anything with the phone, it can be laying next to you or in your car or doing nothing, it will still be moving data around from one place to another, hitting off of towers. There's a lot of activity on an otherwise idle phone. So there's no indication that that was that had taken place.
Now, I'm going to ask you this question now because I'm sure if defense decides to do a cross-examination of you that they're probably going to ask this question. Can you say for certain if there was anything that was deleted during that time period from May 10th, around 6:45 p.m., 6:42 p.m., I think is what you said, to May 12th, 2024 at 2:01 a.m.?
No, I cannot.
And why not?
There's a number. I mean, the short answer is that every device is different, every application is different, and short of a log that is going to show me that it was there, I can't jump to that conclusion. There's a lot of things that phones do in the background, and more importantly, it might not have been parsed by my forensic tool to show me what it was doing. So let's say, for example, the lack of records is due to an application that is its main process is housed in a computer off-site in California, for example. The record that you might be looking for is there, but it didn't push to the phone, so that would explain why I might not be able to see if or why data is not seen on the device at that time.
But at any rate, there was no data from that time period that we just started talking about. Is that
Correct.
right? Okay. I want to talk now about communications. I know earlier you talked about how whenever the phone is extracted and put on Celebrate, you're able to see different types of communications with messages, and that can be through various different applications. You can also see like actual phone calls. Can you explain to the members of the jury about the phone calls and the extent of what you're able to see on a phone extraction using Celebrate?
So with Celebrate, we can see the telephone numbers or the account of the third-party application that is initiating a phone call. It will show whether it's incoming or outgoing. It'll show whether the length of the time of the call, whether it's a voice call or a video call. It will not retain any content of that conversation because those calls are not generally recorded.
So just so I'm clear, you can see that a call was made or that a call was received, but you can't actually hear the call itself. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to find information about or between May 10th, 2024 to May 12th, 2024 about different phone calls that were coming in and out from the phone?
Yes.
Was there, in the late night of May 10th, 2024 into the early morning of May 11th, 2024, were there any phone calls either going from or coming to the defendant's cell phone?
I noted that there were phone calls on the phone during that time, but I don't recall if they were incoming or outgoing.
Okay. Do you happen to know the times of those phone calls?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a moment to confer?
Yes.
All right, now Detective Payne, I want to talk about the messages, the other communications that you were able to examine in this case. Did you look for messages in this case?
Yes.
Can you tell the members of the jury if you found anything significant in the messages?
No.
Is that a no that you did not find anything significant?
Yes, I will tell the jury that I did not find anything significant in text messages recovered from the phone.
Thank you. And so, what sort of things in your experience in digital forensic would you be looking for in a text message?
And in a case like this, I would be looking for any mentions
Objection,
of
relevance, he just testified he doesn't. have
Sustained.
Were there any Facebook messages that you saw where somebody was talking about killing a dog?
Objection, he already testified that he didn't find anything.
Sustained.
All right. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Thank you. All right, we'll take a quick break and then come back for cross-examination. Take the jury out for a 10-minute recess, please.
Yes, sure. Out of the hearing of the court, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. The witness may step down. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody. And we'll be recessed for 10 minutes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All rise, please. Court's in recess for 10 minutes by the courtroom clock.
she's not officially released from the Thank you. And have fun in Orlando. Where do you guys stand? Walk out. Is it the hotel? Yeah.
Hi.
You seem thrilled right now.
I'm not thrilled that I'm being live streamed.
But the live stream was happening until we got back into our office the other day. And so I was like, are you watching it?
There's a delay on it.
That's good. It's fine, everything's fine.
It's fine. At least it shows that I'm too hard.
Exactly. I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so. Yeah. No, probably not.
Okay.
I just thought that
Yeah, I know. I'll keep it here until that happens. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Yes, sir. Yeah, whenever Judge.
I have no issue with it.
Whenever Judge did that fall.
I know she had a long time.
I know there's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Well, E, F, G, H are all misdemeanor. I, K. There's like six, I would say 6 or 7. He did like a year ago. Yeah.
It's the first time I've had it.
Yeah. The loan seems like a fun judge to be in front of because, I mean, you probably see him whenever he's explaining the jury charges, he like gets down on the bench. And he's like, oh,
Yeah.
no, he was showing you. Yeah.
Mira, yo lo escucho perfectamente. A veces cuando la gente se pone que le da vértigo, me hace
Hey, I'm coming over to your side. This is complaining that they
I'm not saying a word.
Okay. ¿Cómo no?
You can put stuff wherever.
Okay, I'll put her stuff here as well. Sometimes she's like to go get some water, so that when she goes in, she's nice.
All rise, please. Circuit Court is back in session.
All right, thank you. Be seated, everyone. All right. Bring the jury back in, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Present and seated in the jury box.
All right, thank you. Welcome back, members of the jury. Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, may I inquire?
Yes, sir.
Detective, good morning. How are you today?
I'm well, thank you.
You've been with the Sheriff's Office, Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, since 2014.
Correct.
For about 3 years, you were a road deputy.
Yes.
Is it safe to say, as a road deputy, you're very familiar with the boundary lines of Pinellas County?
Yes.
Are you aware if there's any portion of the Skyway Bridge that lies outside of Pinellas County?
So I know when I worked at St. Petersburg Police Department that there was a certain amount of confliction or conflagration of agencies that were responsible for different parts of the Skyway. There's St. Petersburg Police who handles a certain area, but then that, of course, would be within Pinellas County. I know that underneath the bridge, there's a certain point where it runs into, I believe, Manatee. So I'm not entirely certain exactly which part, though.
But you and I can agree, and you can testify to this jury comfortably, that there are portions of the water underneath the bridge that are one side Pinellas and the other side Manatee.
Yes.
Is there any portion of that, that water that is leaking into Hillsborough County?
I don't know.
Now, you testified that it's very important in any sort of criminal investigation as to getting answers as to who, what, where, and why.
Correct.
Correct? You weren't able to answer most of those questions in this case based upon what you did.
Correct.
So a lot of those questions are left blank.
Yes. Yes.
Now, you mentioned a gap in search history, but before that you testified that there was, I put down over 5,000 searches.
Correct. I wouldn't say searches, I would say websites visited. So, for example, if you search for something in your phone, that would be different than the amount of websites that it fed you to as a result.
And I'm sure if you found something that was relevant in this case, you would have told the jury.
Yes.
And since you did tell them, there was nothing.
Nothing found, no.
Now, you did mention a gap in search history, correct?
Again, on the web visits.
Web visits, I apologize. And that was from 510 to 512.
510 to 511.
Excuse me, 510 to 511. Is there a possibility that this gap can be accounted for because of phone updates?
It's possible.
What type of phone was analyzed in this case?
There's an iPhone 7.
Do you have an iPhone?
I do.
You'd agree with me that iPhones, they routinely have updates?
It depends on the settings of the phone itself, but yes,
And that could cause this gap in search history?
it's possible.
And you can't conclusively tell this jury that it was because of a manual deletion?
No, I cannot.
You also testified about cell site data and geographic locations.
Yes.
You were asked a question that based upon the information that you received, you were not aware of the phone, the actual physical phone ever leaving Pinellas County.
Correct.
You would agree with me, but you would agree with me that there's no evidence for you to tell this jury that my client, the defendant, never left Pinellas County.
I would have no way of knowing that.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Hayden, when was the last time you were on the Skyway Bridge?
Oh, goodness. I can't say.
Are you aware that there's now the netting up along the bridge?
Yes.
Okay. And that's up toward the top of the bridge?
Correct.
So on the north side of the bridge, there's Pinellas County.
Yes.
And then going up, you hit the nets, and then you finish going over the bridge, you're in Manatee County.
Correct.
Okay. I want to just clarify something that was asked on cross-examination, this gap in web activity from 510 to 511. I just want to make sure, was it 510 to, or May 10th, 2024 to May 11th, 2024, or was it into the early morning of May 12th, 2024?
May I refer to my notes?
Yes, you may.
Yes, it was the evening hours of May 10th until the very early morning hours of May 12th.
Do you know what time that Dexter was adopted in this case?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. The witness may step down, and you're excused, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Yes. And members of the jury, we're probably going to take our lunch break about 1 o'clock today, just so you're aware.
Right this way, please. Thank you. If you're gonna stand right there. Okay. And you're gonna face the front, okay? I won't get this off, no problem. Yep, you got it. Please face the front. Raise your right hand and repeat the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
You're going to have a seat over here. Just take the chair, pull it all the way forward, and speak in a loud voice for the court, please.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself, spelling your name for the court?
Sure. Carolyn Johnson, CarolynJohnson.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, where do you live?
My exact address?
Yes, please.
Okay. 6681 34th Avenue North, St. Pete,
Do you know what county that is located in?
Pinellas.
Do you own that home?
I do.
How long have you lived there?
About 5.5 years. It'll be 6 in November.
Does anyone live at the home with you?
My 99-year-old grandmother lives in my home.
How about any pets?
I do have 2 pets, Roxy and Snoop.
Sorry, what were they? What were their names?
Roxy and Snoop.
Roxy and Snoop?
Yes.
Are they dogs?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
How many, or sorry, let me ask you, how do they bark much?
Yes, especially Snoop. In fact, at the vet, he had to have a scope, and they said, does he bark much? Because it's very red.
Okay.
So they both do. He starts and she goes with him.
Anything particular that gets them going with barking?
Pretty much anything walking by. My front window, I have a really large picture window, and they kind of lay up and look out from the couch. So, yeah, they bark. They bark if they see a cat, you know, anybody walking by.
And you're referring to walking by outside your home, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when they bark, do you react or do you do anything in response?
I do, because I telework 2 days a week, and so basically I go on mute and I get up and tell them leave it as their command.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And when you say you telework, does that mean that you work from home?
Yes.
Typically, what, 2 days a week, or is it a different?
No, it's 2 days. I work Mondays and Wednesdays.
Mondays.
Or I'm sorry, Mondays and Fridays from home.
Back in May 2024, were you sometimes working from home as well?
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
Specifically on Friday, May 10th, would you have been working from home?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Saturday, May 11th, would you have been working on a Saturday?
No, I don't work on a Saturday.
Do you recall if you had any plans for May 11th, 2024?
Yes, my granddaughter was coming over, and we were going to be going to a restaurant. My dog, I had a dog that passed away, and so I was taking her and was taking the dog that is now deceased to a restaurant where I know the owners have the litter mate. I'm probably going into too much detail, but had the litter mate to my dog. So
Okay.
we were going, yeah.
Now, at that time, did you have, is it Roxy and Snoop, is that correct?
Correct. Well, at that time, I had Roxy, Snoop, and Hazel. Hazel's the one that died,
Okay.
and she was coming with me and my granddaughter.
Okay. And I'm sorry, did she pass before or after? This
After.
date?
She didn't pass, she passed October 1st.
Would she also join Roxy and Snoop in the barking?
Yep. Mhm.
What time was the plan for your grandchildren, or your granddaughter, right, to arrive?
She was supposed to arrive around 8:30, because I was going to be having her all day.
Who is bringing her there?
My son and my son and his significant other.
And when you say 8:30, is that 8:30 a.m. or p.m.?
8:30 a.m.
Did they end up arriving at that time?
They did not.
Okay. We're going to revisit that.
Okay.
But I'm going to detour a little bit.
Sure.
You have a neighbor that you now know as Domingo Rodriguez.
I do.
Do you see that person here in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you please identify him by indicating where in the courtroom he's seated and an article of clothing?
It looks like a black blazer next to his defense attorney.
Is that to your left or to your right?
I'm sorry, to my right.
At this time, the state would ask that the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Defense?
I agree that she's identified the neighbor.
All right, record will so reflect the identification of the defendant.
Back in May 2024, were you aware of who Mr. Rodriguez was?
No.
Had you seen him previously?
Every once in a while, he did mow a neighbor's yard, but I wasn't aware of that until after Dexter. But I did see him. I didn't know who he was, but
Okay.
he was somebody who was always mowing. There's a corner house, and so he mowed their yard.
Was he a familiar face, despite not really knowing him or his name?
In that case, well, yes, every Friday.
Okay.
So every Friday, because I telework, I would see him out there mowing the yard.
Do you, sounds like you do. Where does Mr. Rodriguez live, if you know?
I don't know his exact address, but I have a perfect clear view of Mr. Rodriguez's home from my home, my front porch. I have multiple windows that are in the front, so I can see his home. I believe it's 66th Way, but I don't know his personal address.
Is he on the same street as you, or are you on a street or a?
I'm on an avenue, so on the north side of the avenue, and Mr. Rodriguez's home is, I believe, 66th Way. I don't know how else to explain that. Okay.
That's good. That's fine. Thank you. Now, when you say you had seen him mowing his lawn or a lawn, was that something you observed from within your home or from outside?
Within. I mean, after work, I do go sit on the porch, but I can observe it from either in or outside of my house.
Permission to approach the clerk?
Granted.
I'm approaching the defense counsel with copies of what's been pre-marked as states 14A and 14B. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson, I'm handing you what's been pre-marked as 14A and 14B. Can you please take a look at these?
Yes,
Do you recognize those?
I do.
What are they?
There is a photo of Mr. Rodriguez's home taken from my front porch, well, inside my home. One is like a regular distance shot, not zoomed in or anything, and the other is a zoomed in photo, again, from the window inside my living room.
Did you take these photos?
Yes.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of your view from your home to Mr. Rodriguez's home?
Yes.
At this time, the state seeks to move into evidence, offers for admission to evidence states pre-marked 14A and 14B.
Defense?
We would just object as to relevance.
Overruled that it will be admitted as marked.
Permission to publish?
Granted.
Looking first at 14A. Is this the closer or further away view?
This would be the further away.
And again, where are you standing when you took this photo?
I was asked to stand inside my living room.
And when you say you were asked to stand, was this something you were requested to do as part of the investigation by
Yes.
law enforcement?
Yes.
Looking at 14B, what is this view?
This is the zoomed in view,
And which home is Mr. Rodriguez's?
the blue one.
All right, going back to May 2024,
Mhm.
did you have cameras in your home?
I do have cameras.
Did you at that time?
Yes.
Were they positioned in such a way that you could see the street out front?
No, they hit my driveway and my walkway.
Okay. Now let's talk about waiting for your granddaughter.
Okay.
What time did you wake up to wait for her to come?
I generally get up between 7 and 7:30 every day of the week, so,
And to be clear, we're talking about Saturday, May 11th, 2024.
yep.
Now, what was the first thing that you did when you woke up?
I got dressed, I fed the dogs, checked my email, went outside. I have lots of bird feeders, so I like to sit on the front porch and watch the birds eat. So generally on a nice day like that, I try to be outside as much as possible.
Now, this is a Saturday almost a year ago.
Yes.
Is there any reason in particular why you still have this memory?
I actually have a pretty decent, people will call me, I don't know what the word is, but I'm really good with
Objection, Judge
dates.
Bolster.
Sustained.
Were you frustrated at the time because your granddaughter wasn't arriving on time?
Yes, I was.
And around what time did you become frustrated?
About 9 o'clock,
How long did you wait until for your granddaughter to arrive?
almost 10.
And let's be clear, was it your granddaughter's fault or was it somebody else's?
It was her parents' fault.
Okay.
She's only 3, so.
Now, during that time, from up until 10 o'clock, what were you doing?
Like I said, the weather's good. So I was sitting on the porch for the birds, or I have a butterfly garden and I weed that. So, I like to do outdoor activities before the summer comes.
During this time, do you recall your dogs alerting you to anything unusual or anything of note?
Nothing of note, so to speak. On May 10th, I had to tell them to leave it on multiple times, and I generally have to go and look out the window to see what they're barking at. And then sometimes if it's a cat or, just a squirrel that I can shoo away, I'll do that.
During that time, did you ever see Mr. Rodriguez, your neighbor, the defendant, walking up and down the street?
I did not.
Did you ever see him walking around your neighborhood?
No.
During that time, do you recall ever observing him driving in the neighborhood?
No.
At any point during the weekend of May 11th, 2024, which would have been Mother's Day weekend, do you recall ever seeing Mr. Rodriguez out and about?
No.
Do you recall ever seeing anybody looking for a lost pet?
No.
To your recollection, just in general, overall, have you ever heard anybody outside your home looking for a pet?
Yes, for sure. One was, it was pretty involved search. And then myself, Hazel liked to escape. And so, you know, twice, people were walking down the street. Do you know anybody know a gray dog? Oh yeah, let me go find her. So yeah, so I noticed people looking for animals, and people have also helped me find my animal.
To your recollection, have you ever heard anyone in the neighborhood yelling for Dexter?
No, ma'am.
Have you ever been asked to help look for a Dexter?
No.
Have you ever been asked to look for, well, specifically in May 2024, were you asked to help look for a black and white dog?
No.
Permission to approach the clerk?
Granted.
Permission to publish was already been pre-marked and entered into evidence as stage 1.
Yes.
Taking a look at this photo,
Mm-hmm.
do you now know who this dog is?
I do.
Now thinking back again to May 2024, do you recall ever seeing a photo of this dog, ever seeing this dog out and about in your neighborhood?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you. Cross?
Yes, Judge. Approach.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson.
Good morning.
You stated that you work from home,
On Mondays and Fridays, yes.
and on May 11th you were working from home, correct?
May 11th was a Saturday, so no.
No? But you
May
were home
10th,
nonetheless.
on May 10th, and the
Understood.
11th, I was home.
Understood. And you stated you were waiting outside between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. on May 11th for your granddaughter?
No. I said 8:30 and 10 a.m.
Okay. So it's fair to say that between 8:30 and 10 a.m., or before 8:30 and 10 a.m., you were inside your house?
Yeah, before 8:30 I would have been, and after 10.
And were you looking out your windows? What were you doing?
You mean before and after?
Before.
Okay. Before, again, I would have been getting coffee, feeding the dogs, things like that, on the 11th, if we're talking about the 11th. And then I was outside, getting frustrated, waiting for my family to bring me my granddaughter.
Understood, that can be frustrating. What kind of dogs do you have?
I have an American bulldog, and then my dog that's deceased is an American Staffordshire Terrier, and my other dog is kind of a combination. She's like a little mud dog.
I'm sorry about your dog that passed away.
Thank you.
They eat a lot?
Do they eat a lot?
Yeah, when you feed them, you give them a lot of food?
They each get a cup 2 times a day.
Very nice, very nice. Now, if Domingo was searching for his dog between 7 a.m. and 8 o'clock a.m., you wouldn't have seen him, correct?
No.
So you can't say for certain that Domingo wasn't outside searching for his dog at that time?
Prior to, 8:30, I can't say that he was.
Okay. You had a chance to talk to the state attorney before your testimony here today?
Yes.
They prepared a list of questions. I saw you outside, we were out there earlier. They prepared you a list of questions to review, right?
Mm-hmm.
They also gave you the answers to those questions?
The answers to the questions? No.
Objection?
I was driver.
Continue.
So now you said you fed the dogs between 7 and 7:30 on the right, correct?
Mm-hmm.
They like to bark and
Mm-hmm.
do all that good stuff when they look out the window?
Yep.
I presume they're not looking out the window when they're eating, right?
Correct. They're not looking out the window.
So it's also fair to say that around that time they wouldn't have seen Domingo
Correct.
and they wouldn't be barking?
Correct.
You were waiting for your granddaughter to arrive
Mm-hmm.
at 10 a.m., was it?
She got there by 10 a.m.
Okay.
And-
You said,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, continue.
and I put her in her car seat and we went to breakfast.
You said you were a little frustrated because she was running late.
My children, because I had a specific time. I was supposed to be meeting somebody else for breakfast.
I know, I understand how that goes. And you were sitting on the front porch waiting for them?
Mm-hmm.
You were excited, waiting for her to show up?
Mm-hmm.
Is it fair to say that at that time, you weren't looking for somebody who was searching for their dog, right?
No, I mean, obviously I wasn't, because I didn't know a dog was missing.
Yeah, you were waiting to see if your daughter was going to show up.
My granddaughter, yes.
I'm sorry, your granddaughter. And then you stated also that you had heard other times about other people searching for their dogs in your neighborhood,
Yes.
including yourself.
Yes.
How'd your dog escape?
I would call her Houdini Hazel, and if we didn't lock the screen door appropriately, she would go out the door.
So you left the door open, dog runs out, you have to go.
Well,
look
no,
for him?
she pushes it,
Okay.
pushes the door, and that's why we have to lock it, you know.
Understood, understood. You said you had cameras?
I do have one outdoor camera. It does not face the street.
So that wouldn't have captured my client
No.
out there?
Mm-mm. No.
Does it have audio, the camera?
If you're at the, yes, I
It
mean.
triggers it if somebody,
Right, it would trigger it, and then it's kind of like, they have to push to talk and then let go for me to talk.
and you stated other than, you know, what you know about this case, you didn't know Mr. Domingo, correct? At the time, just that he lived in your neighborhood?
Correct, I didn't know him.
So it's fair to say that you guys weren't close, weren't friends?
No.
Didn't go over, borrow a cup of sugar from you?
No.
Now, you live in the same neighborhood as Mr. Domingo. I've been through the neighborhood as well. I'm sure you've seen plastered all up and down that neighborhood, all the signs and pictures of him, correct?
I have,
And there's a lot of houses with yard signs that reference this case.
yes.
Is your house one of those houses that has a yard sign?
Yes, sir.
What does that yard sign say?
It says Justice for Dexter. I believe it says on there, his life mattered. And it talks about the Facebook group.
Okay. And by the Facebook group, that's everybody who kind of gets together and talks about this stuff?
It's a group that was created by somebody through Animal Services, so it's,
It's like an activist group kind of thing?
I wouldn't call it an activist group, but yes, there is a, the Facebook group is that.
Okay. And now, you stated obviously that you didn't see anybody searching for a dog. My last question for you is, at any point, did you see my client, Mr. Domingo, leaving with the dog?
No. Mm-mm.
One moment to confer, Judge.
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Thank you. Redirect?
All right, let's get something cleared up off the bat. What was your understanding of the purpose of you having questions in preparation for your testimony?
That I would have questions. I mean, I didn't, you sent me some questions that you knew you were going to ask me, and that was it. And I didn't get them till 1 a.m. today, so I really didn't have a lot of time.
That being said, everything that you've testified to today, is this based on your recollection of the events from that weekend?
Absolutely. It was Mother's Day weekend, and it was also my son's birthday. So that is that explains, that's why I remember that weekend very specifically.
How did you become a witness in this case, or learn that you might be a possible witness in this case?
My name was given to a detective. I believe it was the end of May, early June. He contacted me and stated that he had gotten my name and phone number from Lisa Bordeaux, and that he had a couple of questions for me about mostly May 11th.
Did you ever reach out to ask to be a witness in this case to anybody?
No. Mm-mm.
Are you excited to be here testifying today?
No, I wouldn't classify it as excited.
Are you nervous?
I mean, to a certain extent. I haven't testified in 30 years in front of a jury, so.
And then defense counsel asked you about your opportunity to see anybody outside or a defendant outside between 8:30 on. Now, did you wake up right at 8:30?
No, I was awake earlier. I woke up, I think, about 7:30, fed the dogs, did my thing, got dressed, and then went outside at about 8:30 because she was supposed to be there at 8:45.
And when you're feeding the dogs, prior to going outside, are the dogs just out and about in your home?
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah. Mhm.
Do they have the opportunity to bark if they see something during
Oh,
that
absolutely.
time prior to 8:30?
There's a couch. And, they will often, they don't sleep in the room with me, so they're in the living room. And my sons will even say, close the blinds if you don't want the dogs to bark.
Do you close the blinds?
I don't. I like natural lighting in my home.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. You're excused.
Thank you.
State, call your next witness, please.
The state calls Linda Prell.
Stand right here, please. Your attorney face the clerk, raise your right hand, repeat the oath.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thanks.
Right this way, please. You could have a seat and speak in a loud, clear voice for the court.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello, can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
Hi, my name is Linda Prell, Lindaprell.
Ms. Pearl, where do you live?
I live at 6701 34th Avenue North in St. Petersburg.
Do you own that home?
Yes.
Does anybody live at the home there with you?
No, just my cat.
How long have you owned your home or been at that home?
I bought it in January 1990, so 35 years.
Do you currently work?
Yes.
Is that something that you do from home?
Yes, I've worked from home since COVID.
Is it fair to say that in May 2024 you would have been working from home?
Yes.
Do you generally keep a daily routine?
Yes.
And walk me through that. What do you do? What time do you normally wake up in the mornings?
I usually wake up between 6 and, I usually wake up by 6. The cat wakes me up. Sometimes I lay down and watch a little news before I get up, but I'm usually up and around by 7.
Great. So perhaps awake by 6, up and about by 7?
Yes.
And is that pretty consistent every day of the week?
Pretty much. The weekends I might lay in a little longer.
What's a little longer?
Like 7:30.
Okay.
When I'm up, I have to just get up and move. The cat makes me get up.
Now, what is the setup like where you work? Within your home, sorry.
Since working from home, I have my computer set up in my front room, right about 5 feet from the front door, with my back facing the picture window.
Do you ever step outside during your workday?
Very often.
Why is that?
Because I'm a smoker, but I don't smoke in my house. So I step outside, have a cigarette. I have the window open, cracked, so I can hear if my work phone rings.
With the window open, can you also hear from inside? Can you hear what's going on outside when you're
Yes.
inside? Do you close that window when you're working inside?
No, when I open it, I usually leave it cracked a little bit.
Now, having lived in this home for 30 plus years, have you had the opportunity to become acquainted with some of your neighbors?
Yes,
Do you know whether any of your neighbors have pets?
yes,
In your time at your home, have you ever come into contact with somebody who is looking for a lost pet?
very often.
Do you have a neighbor that you now know to be Domingo Rodriguez?
Yeah, well, around the corner, about 5 houses away from me.
Okay, so in the neighborhood, maybe not a next door neighbor?
Not a next door neighbor. No, it's actually on another street around the corner.
Do you see him here today?
Yes, I do.
And where is he seated?
He's seated at the end on the right side of the table, right over here.
Can you please identify an article of clothing he has on?
I guess it's a gray or a light black jacket and tie and white shirt.
Back in May 2024, did you know who Mr. Rodriguez was?
No, I did not.
The first time you ever saw Mr. Rodriguez in person, did he appear familiar to you?
No,
Now knowing who he is, to your knowledge or recollection, did you ever see him in May 2024?
not that I can recall, no.
May I approach the clerk?
You may.
Permission to publish was already been entered into evidence of states 14 and 15, or excuse me, 14A and 14B.
Granted.
Okay, Ms. Crowley, if you don't mind just looking at the screen next to you, this has already been entered into evidence as states 14A. Do you recognize, first the patio that's immediately in the photo, and starting kind of from the bottom right corner when I'm facing the photo. Do
Oh.
you recognize that patio?
Yes, yes, that's my neighbor Carolyn's front porch.
And now do you see the blue house ahead?
Yes,
How do you recognize that home?
I do. I recognize the home now, yes.
Okay. And how do you recognize that home?
To be the home of Mr. Rodriguez.
Since May 2024, I'm not saying necessarily in May 2024, but have you, between then and now, ever seen Mr. Rodriguez at that blue house?
Yes, now that I'm aware of who he was before this happened, I drive down that street because I use that street to drive down to go to the Speedway gas station. I was aware of the blue house because I thought, oh, that's pretty bright blue. You know, and I'm needing to paint my house, so I'm looking at different colors. My neighbor painted hers a horrible green.
Now-
So I'm like,
Now, you mentioned that this is this from the viewpoint of Carolyn's home then?
This is from Carolyn's
Ms.
home,
Johnson?
yes.
And is your house, how far is your house from Ms. Johnson's home?
I live 2 doors west of Carolyn.
So is that going to be 2 doors more or less towards the blue house? Or
Away
2 doors
from it.
Away from it. Now, from your home, do you have a view of the blue house?
No, I cannot see it from my home.
That being said, do you have a view of the street in front of you?
Yes.
Back in May 2024, was your home equipped with any cameras?
No.
Did you ever see anybody in May 2024, specifically May 11th, 2024, walking up and down the street or in your neighborhood?
No, I don't recall.
To your
I mean,
recollection-
walking up and down the street in my neighborhood, yes, because my neighbors walk their pets. When I'm out there in the morning, I say good morning to them all. And I mean, so yes, people were walking up and down the street.
Let me be more specific, actually. Do you ever recall anyone walking up and down the street seemingly looking for a lost pet?
No, I don't recall.
Now, whether it be May 11th when you were working, or excuse me, May 10th on the day you were working, or May 11th, do you recall ever seeing somebody looking for a lost pet?
No, I don't recall.
Permission to approach the clerk?
Granted.
And permission to publish was already been entered into evidence of stage 1.
Granted.
Looking to your, again at the screen, publishing states Exhibit 1, do you ever recall seeing a dog that looks like this or this dog?
No, I do not.
Do you recall at that time ever hearing
Anybody yelling out for their lost dog?
No, I do not. And if I can expound, on May 10th I was working, but I can hear if somebody would be outside calling. And I'm actually, when I wake up, I make my coffee, I sit on my front porch with my coffee and smoke until I start working at 8:30 a.m. On the next Saturday, I actually had been to Home Depot the night before and bought a whole bunch of new plants to plant in memory for my mother for Mother's Day. So I was out early in the morning, Saturday morning, starting, you know, to get my dirt together and my plants and mix my fertilizers.
And despite being out, did you ever recall anybody yelling for a dog Dexter
No,
or the name Dexter?
I never heard the name Dexter at all. And
No further questions.
Cross?
You were given questions in preparation for your testimony here today before you walked into the courtroom?
yes,
And who gave those to you?
I received them in an email
From who?
from the attorney,
The one that was just
Attorney
asking
Belton.
questions?
Yes,
So you already know what you're about to be asked?
pretty much, yes.
Now, how many dogs are in that neighborhood of yours?
At least 8 that I know their names of and that I see walking all the time.
Are any of those dogs black in color?
Carolyn's dog has some black markings. Chloe, who is a little teeny tiny dog, she has some black on her face. And my other neighbor around the corner, Lisa, both of her dogs have some black markings.
You've never seen Dexter, this dog in question, or you just showed the photo
No,
of the
not
person?
Dexter.
You've never seen that dog in person?
No.
Nothing from you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You're excused. State, call your next witness, please.
The state calls Lisa Bordeaux.
Right, so please. If you'll please stand right here. Face the clerk. Raise your right hand and repeat the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank
You'll
you.
just have a seat right here. You're going to pull the chair all the way forward and speak in a loud voice for the court.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, I think we are. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your name for the court reporter?
Lisa Bordeaux, Lisabordeaux.
Ms. Bordeaux, where do you live?
3301 66 Way North, St. Pete, Florida, 33710.
Do you currently own that home?
Yes.
How long have you lived at that home?
Over 30 years.
Does anybody live at the home with you?
No.
Do you currently work?
No, I just recently retired from a job for over 30 years, working from home.
When you were working, okay, so you were working from home prior to that?
Yep.
Were you working from home in May 2024?
Yes.
Now, do you generally keep a daily routine?
Yes.
Let me ask, actually, I asked you if anybody lives at your home. Do you have any pets?
Yes, I do. 2.
How many pets? And what kind of animals are they?
2 French bulldogs.
Do you have a daily routine that you normally keep?
Yes.
And does that involve your French bulldogs?
Yes.
Tell me about that. Do they get walks?
So, yeah, every day, 2 or 3 times a day. I'll wake up, get coffee, I feed my stray cats in the front, and then I'll take my dogs out in the morning, depending on the weather, in the afternoon, and definitely before we go to bed.
Is there a time generally that you wake up?
4:35
Early riser every day?
every day.
Even on weekends?
Yes.
What do you do when you first wake up normally?
Get coffee, and then I go feed the cats because they're waiting for me by my screen door.
By the time that you feed the cats, around what time is that more or less?
Oh, that's early, like 5:36.
What time do the dogs eat?
7.
Would this have all been the same back in 2024?
Yes.
Now, having lived in the neighborhood for a while, have you had the opportunity to become acquainted with your neighbors?
Yes.
Do you know whether any of your neighbors have pets?
Yes.
Have you ever had the opportunity to hear anybody outside looking for a lost pet?
Yes. They've even come to my house.
Now, are you familiar with any of your neighbors' routines?
Yes.
Do you have security cameras around your home?
Yes.
Has this enabled you to kind of familiarize yourself with their routines, whether deliberately or not?
No, I don't think that would make me familiar with my neighbors, but it's just secure for me and my house.
I mean, do you ever see your neighbors on your cameras?
Oh, yes.
Do you have a neighbor that you know by the name of Domingo Rodriguez?
Yes.
Do you see that neighbor here today?
Yes.
Could you please indicate where, to the left or to the right, is he seated in the courtroom, and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
To the right, a dark tie and suit.
At this time, the state would ask that the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Defense?
We agree that she's identified.
All right, the record reflect the in-court identification of the defendant.
Permission to approach the clerk.
Granted.
Sorry about that. Permission to publish states 8C and 8B.
Yes.
Looking at states 8B, you could just look to your right at the screen. Do you recognize that home?
Yes.
Do you know whose home that is?
Yes.
Is that the defendant's home?
Yes, it is.
Looking at 8C, do you recognize, let's back up a little bit. Do you recognize that blue home?
Yes.
Is that the defendant's home?
Yes.
Do you recognize the brick driveway that is in the bottom corner of the photo?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that driveway?
That's my house.
Is this a view of the defendant's home sort of from the street in front of your home?
Yes, it is.
How many doors down from the defendant do you live?
2 doors down to the right.
Now, how long have you known or remembered the defendant to live at that blue home?
I would say over 10 years.
What, if anything, have you come to learn about the routines of the people at that home?
For the most part, I know their routines, their comings and goings, cars, just like I would anyone on the block, really.
Is that just due to being close to the area, or are you outside
Just
often?
because living there, walking my dogs, doing yard work.
Tell me about your yard work. Do you do yard work often?
Every day.
What type of yard work do you do?
And I don't like it. I do gardening, yard work. So I like being outside.
You do like it, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I just misheard. Are you ever out there pulling weeds?
Yes.
How many hours, I don't know, a day or a week would you estimate being outside doing the yard work?
Oh, I'm in and out all day long with the yard work. Between my front yard and my backyard.
Is that even more so after being retired?
Yes.
Now, have you had the opportunity, being just a few houses down, to observe the vehicle that the defendant drives?
Yes.
What vehicle is that?
The gray truck.
And how often do you see that vehicle going by?
I mean, I see it going by a lot. I mean, I know he works, so it's back and forth.
How do you know that he works?
Just because I can see his schedule. He goes to work in the morning and comes home.
What time does the vehicle typically leave in the morning?
I would say early morning, 6:30, 7.
And what time does it normally come back?
Around 5.
Is that specifically, is that more or less just weekdays or weekends as well, ever?
It seems to be like Monday through Thursday and maybe Fridays off. I've noticed him on Fridays, he's off.
Now, are you familiar with the other vehicles that may be at the home?
Yes.
Do you know anybody else at the home to operate the vehicle that you've seen the defendant operating?
No.
Do those other vehicles, who operates those ones, if you know?
His son lives there. He drives the truck.
What kind of truck does the son drive?
A big white truck.
What other vehicles have you seen at that property?
There's another Nissan there. There's
that
a
a
white four-door
Go
car.
ahead.
There's a gray car. There's a red car and a little black car, four-door.
Have you often or ever seen the defendant driving any of those other vehicles?
No.
To your knowledge, have you ever seen, specifically in May 2024, did you ever see the defendant bring home a dog?
No.
Permission to approach the clerk?
Yes.
Permission to publish State's Exhibit 1.
Granted.
Looking up at the screen again, just a moment. Now today, do you know who this dog is?
Today, yes, I do. Yeah.
Back in May 2024, early or mid-May 2024, did you know who the dog was?
No.
Have you ever seen this dog out in your neighborhood?
No.
Have you ever seen this dog with a defendant?
No.
Be it May 2024 or any other time,
Have you ever heard anybody out in your neighborhood yelling for Dexter?
No.
Have you ever had the defendant or anybody from his home approach or indicate to you that they are looking for a lost dog?
No.
And back on May 11th, the Saturday, what time would you have woken up?
4:30, 5 o'clock.
Now, do you have cameras in your home?
Yes.
How many cameras do you have?
6.
What type of cameras are they?
3 flood ring cameras and then some ring doorbells.
Now, how do you access those? Are you able to access the cameras?
Yes.
How so?
Through my Ring app.
And when you say app, is that a phone application?
Uh-huh. Yes.
And what does your phone application show you with respect to the cameras? What information?
It shows me all of my cameras, live view, continuously live view, and any type of motion that's coming through.
Now,
It'll give me a notification.
Are you only able to see the cameras when you go into your app, or can you ever go back and see what they've recorded?
I can go back and see.
Do you know if all of the recordings are saved 24/7, or is it restricted to certain types of recordings?
Repeat the question.
Do you have 24/7 video footage recorded without
Yes.
any breaks?
No, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm actually not sure.
Does your app display video clips that reflect motion?
Yes.
And tell me about that. Do you know what that means?
When there's motion going by, it'll give me a notification saying that there's motion,
And do those motion clips, do they store or do they delete?
no, they store because I can go back into history
And do you have to manually store them or they're automatically storing on their own?
automatically.
Back in May 2024, did you have those cameras?
Yes.
And do any of those cameras face the front of your home?
Yes.
Which camera?
My ring floodlight in the front.
Any other cameras show the front of the home?
No.
Now, for this case, as part of the investigation, was it requested of you to review your camera footage?
Yes.
For what dates, if you recall?
The 10th and the 11th.
Did you do
In
that?
the morning. Yeah.
Did you do that? And were you able to find any saved videos?
Yes.
What did you do with those videos?
I sent them to the detective who requested them.
Do you remember how they were sent? Did you receive a link?
Yes, I received a link that he sent me and I forwarded on to him.
Do you use that link? Is it a download or how does the link work in order to help you send those videos?
I downloaded it.
Okay. Now, when you pass along those videos, did they have file names?
Yes, I think so, yeah.
Do you know did you change any of those file names?
I wouldn't know how to do that.
Now, this floodlight camera, have you ever had any issues with it?
No.
Do you know that is there a timestamp?
Yes.
Is that timestamp accurate?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because I can see on the camera every day when I look at it,
And
the time's right there.
Okay. And you've never looked at the camera and thought, oh, that doesn't look right?
No.
Back in May 2024, was that the same? No issues with the camera?
No issues.
And the timestamp was good?
Yes.
Now, these videos that you downloaded, or I guess it would possibly upload, do those videos, did you change anything in the content of the videos?
No.
Did you edit anything?
No.
Do you know how to do that?
No.
Permission to approach the clerk?
Yes.
Retrieving what's been pre-marked for identification as State's Exhibit 16. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm approaching you with what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 16. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
How do you recognize this?
That's videos of my Ring camera.
Is this a flash drive with the videos?
Yes.
And did you review the videos that are on this flash drive?
Yes, I did.
Do you recognize this flash drive as one that you've previously reviewed, perhaps because of its color?
Yes.
Is the video footage that is on this flash drive, does that fairly and accurately depict the video footage that you provided to the deputy?
Yes.
Is it the exact same footage you provided?
It is the exact same.
At this time, the state would move into evidence of State's Exhibit 16, or admission of State's Exhibit 16.
Defense?
Objection, Judge. Lack of authentication pursuant to cited witness theory and cumulative.
Overruled, it'll be admitted as marked.
Permission to publish?
Granted.
Now, while we prepare the videos, did you review the videos that you sent to the deputy?
Yes.
Did you notice anything that piqued your interest?
No.
Did you notice the defendant in the videos?
No.
Do you believe that he is depicted in those videos?
No.
Did you notice any dogs, any dog that looks like Dexter in the video?
No.
We're just gonna look at just a few of these. Looking at State's Exhibit. It was pre-marked as 17A because It's gonna be from 16. Now, looking at this footage, do you see a timestamp here?
Yes,
Where is the timestamp on the screen?
on the bottom corner right here,
And what vehicles can you see out front?
my 3 vehicles.
Now, based on the location of your home, does your camera show the defendant's home?
No,
But does it show the street that is in front of both of your homes?
yes,
Pressing play. Do you see anybody walking in the frame here?
yes.
Do you know who that is?
I believe it's the male person. So probably picked up motion there, yeah.
Now, is this essentially what the bulk of the videos, the activity, the type of activity that you see on these videos?
Yes.
Do you ever see anybody running around seeming to look for something?
Do I ever
Is there anybody ever on the film? Have you seen anybody seemingly looking for something? Appears to look for something?
Yeah, you mean in the past?
No, in the videos you provided.
Oh, no, no.
Now, at night, is the camera also able to capture videos?
Yes,
And despite it being dark out, can you still see any motion?
yes.
Do your videos have audio, to your knowledge?
Oh, yeah, yeah, they do, yes.
And when you downloaded this video, did you ever hear anybody calling out for Dexter?
No.
No further questions at this time.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
Yes, Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Are you friends with all your neighbors?
Yeah, pretty much.
Are you friends with Mr. Domingo?
No,
Now, in your neighborhood, it's covered in flyers and yard signs regarding this case, correct?
a lot, yes,
They have my client's picture on it.
yes,
They have Dexter's picture on it.
yes,
Do you have one of those yard signs in front of your house?
yes,
You testified that you didn't see my client searching for his dog on May 11th
correct.
and that he didn't show up on those cameras.
No,
He also didn't show up on those cameras leaving with the dog that morning, correct?
no.
Is that a no?
That is a no.
You weren't watching his house every moment of that day, right?
No. it is
So
not.
it's fair to say that he may have passed by at one point and you just didn't see him?
I think my cameras would have caught it.
Okay. But they didn't catch him driving by.
No.
Now, you said you provided the state, and the state just showed us some video footage of your security cameras. What date did the authorities ask you to provide them this video footage?
The 10th and the 11th in the morning.
Moment to confer, Judge?
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
Want to redirect?
No, you're.
All right, thank you. Ma'am, you may step down. You're excused. State, call your next witness, please.
Do you want to remove your first?
Yes? Yes.
I got 10 putts in a row in the beehive.
You got 10 what?
10 putts in a row from the beehive from about 5 feet out using
Very
the
good.
Scotty Scheffler claw grip.
Got it.
The claw.
I'll spend half an hour looking at the little trinkets of the front part. I'll spend 30 minutes there.
That's exactly my fiance. Where I was like, I said, I'm ready to be done. She goes, pizza in the freezer. Just get that rolling. We all set. Yeah, my answer is always I would have love for you. Your Honor, our next witness is going pretty bad right now. She's on a text document.
That's fine.
You have other witnesses present.
Thank you. Bring in the jury, please.
Jury is present and seated in the jury box.
Thank you. State, call your next witness, please.
State calls Sarah Sedor.
Right this way, please. Good, please stay right here. Face the clerk, raise your right hand, and receive the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just have a seat, pull the chair all the way forward, speak in a loud voice for the court.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself, spelling your name for the court, for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Sedor. First name is S-A-R-A. Last name is Sedor, S-I-D-O-R.
Where do you work?
I work for the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office in the Forensic Sciences Division.
What is your position title?
Forensic Science, Forensic Science Specialist.
Specialist Sedor, how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
A little over a year.
Do you have any prior law enforcement related employment?
I do. I previously worked at the Sebastian Police Department for about 6 months.
Tell me about your training and experience leading up to this position.
I got my Bachelor's of Arts in Psychology and Biology from the Flagler University or Flagler College. I then went to Texas Tech for my Master's in Forensic Science, where I completed an internship where in the position that I'm at now with the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office Forensic Sciences Division. And I then went to work for the Sebastian Police Department, which led me working here.
As part of your duties as a forensic technician specialist, what type of duties do you have? Does that include processing for fingerprints?
It does. So we swab for DNA, we process for fingerprints, and we photograph at every scene that we go to.
And what does it mean to process evidence?
That just means that we're either swabbing for DNA or we're looking visually for fingerprints that are left on surfaces. If we don't see them visually, we can add either a powder or a chemical depending on the surface.
Now, are you always able to locate or identify a print?
Not always.
Is there such thing as a partial print?
Yes.
What is a partial print?
A partial print is basically just a portion of a whole fingerprint. We can see that through lines or patterns. It just won't be a whole circular fingerprint.
Now, to be clear, you are not the person who would say, yes, for sure this fingerprint matches this fingerprint, right?
Correct. That's not in the scope of my responsibilities.
That being said, do you have familiarity and training based, at least preliminarily, on fingerprints?
I do.
Does that training allow you to visually detect any partial prints or full prints?
I do. When I originally started at the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office in the Forensic Sciences Division, we go through a forensic academy where you're under the supervision of a senior specialist, and they help guide you into learning what partial prints can be sent to the fingerprint lab.
So do you essentially do the initial analysis of whether this could possibly be a good print, and then you send it off for somebody to give you the final conclusion?
Yes.
Are partial prints always of value?
No, not always.
What does it mean for a print to be of value?
That's not fully under the scope of my responsibility, but somebody will look at that and be able to possibly identify or not identify somebody based on what we send to them.
But so when we say of value, does that just reference the potential use of that fingerprint?
Yes, correct.
If a fingerprint, if there's too much of a partial finger, or too little of a partial fingerprint, perhaps, might that partial print not be of value?
Correct. We can still send it to somebody to possibly identify, but that's not up to us to make that decision.
Now, based on your training and experience, are you able to use some discretion with respect to what partial prints you might send or what prints you might not send?
Yes.
Tell me about your duties with respect to processing DNA.
So when we process for DNA, we'll take 2 swabs, one wet, one dry swab, and we will go over the area and apply pressure to possibly collect any DNA that somebody may have touched on that surface.
In the most simplistic terms or way that you can provide based on your training and experience, what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, which is your genetic makeup.
Are there any substances that you use to process for DNA?
Yes. So again, we will swab. If we suspect that something has blood on it, we can use a chemical called phenolphthalein, which is a presumptive blood test.
What do you mean by presumptive test?
So a presumptive test just means that this could possibly, in this case, be blood or any other thing that we're swabbing. And that doesn't mean that it's confirmed that it is. It'll have to go to a separate lab for them to identify if it is or not. But for us, that's our indication that this could possibly have DNA on it, and then we'll collect it as evidence.
Is that sort of similar to your ability to have discretion with respect to which prints to send and ultimately somebody makes the final call?
Yes.
When you process for DNA, what do you do with the swabs?
So we'll package the swabs and then we'll submit them to our property and evidence division, where that's where a case agent can say, okay, we're going to pick that up and take it to a lab for future testing.
In May 2024, were you working in the same position?
I was.
Specifically on May 11th, 2024, were you requested to respond to a call at Fort De Soto Park in reference to a reported decapitated dog?
Yes.
In general, when you respond to a scene, do you answer to law enforcement? Do they direct you with respect to how to process the scene, or do you get to make those calls on your own?
When we respond to a scene, we'll get our initial information from the case agent or whoever's with us. After we get that information, they can specifically request us to process something if they have more information that they're gathering as we're on scene. But our training has led us to be able to identify evidence as well as know how to process that evidence without the case agent's discretion.
When you say case agent, is that referring to somebody who works in your unit, or is that referring to the sworn law enforcement officer?
That will be on the sworn officer side. It can be law enforcement officer or detective, depending on the case.
When you responded to the scene for this case, did any other people from the CSI, from any other forensic technicians accompany you?
Yes, I was accompanied by my field training specialist, Heather Temple.
Why did she accompany you?
I was still in my phase training, so they accompany us and they advise us on what to do on scene. They allow us to make decisions, but they can also advise us on what decisions to make as well.
In this specific case, is that what happened? Did she assist in making decisions?
Yes, I made decisions as well as she did.
And was she there to supervise any decisions that you made?
Yes, she was.
What was your first course of action when you arrived at the Fort De Soto scene?
I initially met with Deputy Foster and Deputy Rosenberg, who informed me that there was remains of a dog found in a clear plastic bag in a mangrove area. They requested immediately that I photograph the mangrove area just to show where it was found. The remains were removed from that area due to public view before my arrival, even though the dog was not there, I still photographed that area to show where it was found.
Permission to approach the clerk.
Yes.
Permission to publish the states 2B, 2A, 2B, 2C, and 2D, and 2E.
Granted.
Looking at states 2A, which has already been admitted into evidence, do you recognize this photo as a photo that you took?
I do.
How about states 2B?
I do.
2C?
I do.
2D?
I do.
And 2E?
I do.
Now, with respect to photos, when you photograph a scene, do you have a method or a certain approach that you take when taking the photos?
We do. So at every scene, we'll take overall, mid-range, and close-up photographs. Overall photographs are showing the entire scene in reference to each other. Mid-range will get closer up into an area of interest, just again to show the location in reference to the scene. And then close-up photographs are exactly what they are, close-up photographs of an area of interest or an item of interest. And we can also put scales in to show the measurements as well.
And the photos that we just reviewed, states 2A through 2E, is that an example of the starting from further away and then getting close up?
Yes, those are overall photographs that I took of the mangroves.
Now, did you photograph the dog in this case?
I did.
Were you the one to, how did you find the dog?
So I followed Deputy Rosenberg down to a service road. Again, they moved the remains out of public view. They concealed it in a black trash bag and then secured the dog in the Animal Services vehicle. So I photographed that as well as where we found it in the vehicle. And then we took the bag out, and then I photographed the dog and the clear bag that was found in the black trash bag.
Now, were you the one who physically removed the dog from the bag?
I was not.
That being said, do you still wear gloves?
I do.
Did you manipulate the dog in any way when taking those photos?
I don't recall. I had assistance from my field training specialist who helped manipulate due to me photographing and keeping my hands clean from the evidence and my camera.
And did the specialist who accompanied you, did she also wear gloves?
She did.
Permission to approach the clerk?
Granted.
I'm approaching defense counsel with copies of what's been remarked as states 17A through F.
Permission to approach the witness?
Granted.
If you could go ahead and review those photos, please. Having reviewed those photos, do you recognize those?
I do.
Are those photos that you took?
All but one, I believe. This one.
Okay. And so is that going to be for the records that states 17E?
Yes.
So with respect to states 17 A, B, C, D, and F, are those photos that you took?
Correct.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the items or objects that you photographed?
They do.
With respect to state 17E, do you recognize what is depicted in that photo?
I do.
And does that depict a roll of bags?
They do.
Did you see the bags in this case, or did you have the opportunity to examine them?
I did. I was requested by Deputy Rosenberg to take in-depth photographs of these bags.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the bags that you examined?
They are.
At this time, the state would move into evidence states 17A through F.
Defense?
No objection.
They will be admitted as marked.
Permission to publish states 17A through E.
Granted.
Looking at states 17A, what is this a photo of?
This is a photograph of where I found the remains of the dog in the back of the Animal Services vehicle.
Now, the jury has previously seen a photo of Animal Services vehicle. Do you know if you took a photo of the Animal Services vehicle?
I did.
Looking at 17B, what does this depict?
This is a photograph of the clear bag that I was informed was found with the dog.
Looking at states 17C, what does that depict?
That is a close-up photograph of the knot of that clear bag.
And what is, I guess, on the bag?
There is a mixture of water, more like tree leaves, and then as well as the remains of the dog. He was in an early state of decomposition, so.
Sustained.
Was there also fluid that was left on in the bag?
Yes.
Looking at states 17D, what does that show?
That is a photograph of the same clear bag that we untied the knot, and then we took measurements of that bag.
You had mentioned earlier scales, using scales or rulers, well, not rulers necessarily. What do you use to measure items?
We'll use measuring tapes, which can be seen in this photograph, and then we can also use paper scales for smaller items.
And is a paper scale essentially a paper ruler?
It is.
What is the purpose of using the scales and the measuring tape?
So we use this to show the measurements in the photograph, just to show their size.
And looking at 17E, what is this a photo of?
That is a photograph of the clear bags.
Now, were you asked to compare these bags with any other bags depicted in these photos?
I was requested to photograph these bags that were collected from somebody else collected these bags, and then I was requested to take more photographs of them with measurements.
And did you do that?
I did.
Did you also examine the bags for anything else?
I did a visual search of the bags to look for any indications of writing, so a sequencing number or a brand that yielded negative results.
And when you say yielded negative results, does that mean you didn't find anything?
Correct.
Now, with respect to this specific case, did you process anything for fingerprints?
I did.
What did you process for fingerprints?
I processed the clear bag that the remains were found in.
And how did you go about doing that?
I used a chemical called small particle reagent, which is used well with items that are wet or have a salty film on them.
And what is the, what is the step after how do you use that chemical?
So that chemical is sprayed onto the surface, and then it has a water rinse. If there are fingerprints on the bag, in this case, it would have turned a dark brown or black.
Did it turn a dark brown or black?
No.
What did that indicate to you?
To me, that indicated that there were no fingerprints on the bag.
Did you test or process anything else for prints in this case?
I did not.
Did you process anything for DNA in this case?
I did.
What did you process for DNA?
I swabbed the knot area of that clear bag for touch DNA before undoing the knot, as well as taking a swab of the right nails of the right paw. There was a discoloration on those paws, so I took a swab of that.
And with respect to the knot, why did you swab specifically on the knot?
I swabbed the knot because it had to have been tied by someone, so that had to have been touched, so that's why we swabbed that area.
Based on your training and experience, do you typically focus on swabbing items that are more likely to have been touched?
Yes, so we'll swab for DNA before processing for fingerprints. Some chemicals can ruin DNA, so that's why I swabbed the knot prior to fingerprinting, and then we'll work over to fingerprinting after.
So based on our conversation, we've kind of discussed what you did backwards, right? Mm-hmm. Did you do the knot first?
I did.
And then you did the fingerprint processing with the chemical?
I did.
With respect to the nail, how did you process the nail?
So I took a swab of the nail, and then I tested it for possible blood.
And how did you test it for possible blood?
I used a chemical called phenolphthalein, and it's a presumptive blood test.
And what do you expect to see if there is a presumptive positive test?
So once we we'll swab the area of importance for us, and then we'll use the chemical onto the swab. If it's a possible blood swab, it'll turn a bright pink, and that indicates to us that this needs to be kept as evidence.
From there, what do you do with the item or with the swab?
So then the swabs will come back to the Forensic Sciences Division with us, where I package and submit them to the Property and Evidence Division.
And after that, do you know what happens with those swabs?
They are stored until a case agent or detective wants them sent to the lab.
Are you aware of anything else happening with respect to those swabs in this case?
I have an understanding that one of the swabs was sent to a lab, but I do not know the results.
No further questions.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. On cases that you work on, are you routinely informed if there were positive results?
Sometimes we're informed, sometimes we're not, but we have access to look at cases that we've previously worked on.
And you haven't checked on the status of those results in this case?
I have.
And you'd agree with me that there's no positive results obtained based upon your work?
Correct. I did not yield any results for fingerprints.
So there's no fingerprints in this case, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's a yes?
Correct.
And there was no touch DNA, whether on the knot or the right paw, that you tested for, correct?
So again, I am aware that one or multiple swabs were sent to the lab, but I am not sure of that result.
Now, other than taking a photograph of the bag of trash bag, or the roll of trash bags, if you will, did you do anything else with that roll of trash bag?
I did. So when I opened up the package after I picked it up from our Property and Evidence Division, I observed a loose bag as well as the roll of bags. I visually searched the loose bag for any indications of sequencing or brand.
And you weren't able to find anything?
I was not.
So with that said, you weren't able to make a positive confirmation of the bag that the dog was found in with the roll of trash bags that you took a picture of?
No.
Nothing further?
Thank you. Any redirect examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
With respect to your visual examination of those bags, was there anything that stood out to you as, besides for the fact that one was dirty and ripped, was there anything that stood out to you about their nature that was distinct one from the other?
I'm sorry, can you
I'm sorry, it was a
rephrase?
confusing question. Did you know anything different about the bags?
Other than the roll of the paper, or the clear bags, and then the loose one, there was a small dark area on the loose bag that I did photograph.
And was that just, when you say dark area, was that just coloration?
There was a discoloration. It didn't look like any fingerprints, and then it didn't look like it could be any DNA. It looked almost like a grease.
Did it appear to be, though, a foreign substance on that bag?
There was.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. The witness may step down. And members of the jury, we'll be taking our lunch break at this time, so please take the jury out. They have 1 hour for lunch.
Yes, sir.
And we're off record. And Mr. Scalia, how was your day at the courthouse?
Very good.
Excellent. Welcome again to all of our student observers. Sorry, we're done in here for an hour. I don't know how much time you have, but I think felony advisories are probably starting pretty soon. And I can find out where those are occurring. But they're at 1:30, and they're probably in a courtroom on this floor. And that's, I think Judge Matei was explaining to all of you, that those are everyone who's been arrested the day before comes in front of the judge, so they're on a screen, and the observers are in the courtroom. So it should be something interesting if you have the time for it. But did you or any of the class have any questions for me that wasn't covered next door, or run out of time next door? Now's your chance to ask a judge, so to speak. I can't, of course, talk about this case because it's right in the middle of it, but if you all have a question, you can raise your hand and I'm happy to answer it for you.
It's in quarter of 9 today.
No? Okay. And who's doing them?
Judge Malone, quarter of 9.
I'll send Judge Malone a message and see if he has any issues with you all coming down to see him. But I usually get several questions, so that surprises me. I guess Judge Matei answered all your questions. And so, for those of you that don't know, Mr. Scalia is famous in our house because he was my daughter Laura's teacher. But then he left the school before Tess got there. But then Tess And I was bragging to Laura the other day that she knows Mr. Scalia too, because she was here last year when the class came down. But let me see if I can get a hold of Judge Malone. All right, send him a message. So while I'm waiting to hear, nobody has a question?
Yeah, not outside of.
Okay, a meek group. All right, well, hopefully you all don't wind up on TV, and you don't have to answer any questions, obviously. But thank you. I'm very glad that you all chose to come down again. I hope you do it next year, okay? And let me know if I could ever be of help, okay? All right, have a great day, everybody. And you can head down to courtroom 9. I can't imagine why he would not want you all in there. But again, just make sure you're quiet when you go in there. Thanks. Have a great day. All right, we'll be in recess for the lunch hour.
Your Honor, do you want to, I know you said the jury on posted 115, is that what you want us back?
What's that?
You said the.
Yeah.
So
115?
215?
Yeah.
Give me everything and I can get it done that way. I can do what I can do.
That's a great thing for the kids to see something actually going on, you know.
I hope so. Yeah, we're gonna get Shapiro and Animal Services.
Do you want to start talking about Rosenberg?
Yeah, I just want to ask, ask him about, obviously, if you have to.
Excelente. De everywhere. ¿A dónde fue eso, güey? Yo iba.
Sí, yo voy para ahora.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
But I was here, if you call him, right?
I'm thinking of
Because I was saying, if he tells you you can't see anything.
Yeah.
And if you want. Okay.
That you probably don't want to say.
I love the case, that's objection, but this is prejudicial. You know everything that comes from the city is prejudicial. You know. But it's no surprises though.
Right.
That, when you're trying to miss it, I know about it.
Okay, folks, we're gonna take a lunch recess, so.
But what, no,
Oh, no.
There's no surprise.
I just wanna ask about him, whether or not he talked about forensic exams.
Gotcha.
lunch recess until 14:40.
No, I'm pretty good. I think I'm fine. Let's rush back from the jail though. Yeah. Maybe a little break in the
This is the last day.
They'd rather go late if they do that. But they might.
You don't need nothing?
I'm good, thank you.
All right. Leaving the door open, right?
Sure.
All right.
Davidson, you went fast.
Yeah. Doors open.
Okay, I had to do the calendar, I had to take the clipboard downstairs, you know, because I hate when we switch out having all that stuff here.
Yeah.
You're staying again, right?
No, I'm getting off on time today.
Oh, okay. That won't matter, because the verdict should be tonight, right?
Yeah. I think so. How many cases do we have tomorrow?
Like 11 or 12.
Okay.
Plus, we have something in the afternoon that's in custody, something. And I don't have a calendar for that. I actually had to have, I had the clerk print that for me because I didn't even have a calendar. I don't know my instructions. See, this is the thing. I'm good. By 4 o'clock.
I know.
It's just how I am now. At least I recognize it.
I really don't mind staying. I'll stay as long as I need. The problem is, you know, I gotta get things and all that stuff. So until certain times. And
But I know we have read-off tomorrow because we haven't had it for a while. So they're probably not going to cancel that. Probably are going to have that tomorrow. Then we have a full calendar, you know.
you have an afternoon?
Yeah. On a Friday with an in custody.
Oh.
So.
That's a nice long
I don't
hearing.
even know what it is because I had to have her put my paperwork. Right? Ladies, we're not starting back for another few minutes. Did he say 2:15?
He said 1 hour. When I got them back there and looked at my phone, it said 1:18. So,
Are the jurors in the suite?
I'm gonna go get them right now.
Do your thing, just say Garcia, they're all in here in the suite. But don't say anything to me unless they're all in the suite.
Okay.
Hey, and I was trying to tell you, I was texting you, check your phone.
Yes, okay.
Check your
If you
phone.
but I'll assume it's you and I'll check.
If I do this, that means check your phone.
Okay.
May I check the batteries
Sure.
or microphones? Mm-hmm. I don't do that well. Hey. Hey. I found supervision for me.
And she looks so happy.
She needed backup.
She's never experienced felony, so this is her first time. Hold that. And then hard that. Go use the bathroom. Once you sit down.
No, what's on? What's on this supposed to be about?
You got about 10 minutes. Okay. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. He's not very good at being on time. There's a lot of things. Oh, I should have done that.
Okay.
So, we do it before the jury officers.
Yeah, before they come in, we can just, get it all set up. And we've got Roseburg's on his way, so I anticipate we'll probably, if we call him, is like. That's the last one.
So you have animal services.
Yeah. So we've got the cell site person, and then Lindsay Martin, Animal Services, Nick Moran, Animal Services, Rosenberg will recall, and then Jesus. Yeah.
How many is that?
5.
Thank you.
But 3 of them should be real short. I would say 1 is medium and 1 might be a little, I don't know how long Annette should
Okay.
is gonna be.
Thank you.
We will see.
All right, Madam Clerk, what number are we up to?
It'll be 18.
This is 18?
It'll be,
And look at that.
because I did tell everybody that you put an X on the one. This is what I appreciate, and I like this.
Wonderful.
This is good.
I think we're just gonna try and admit it all before the jury comes in now. So once Judge takes the bench, we'll
That's-
step up.
All right, anything else that you would like to admit this afternoon that I can get marked and ready to go?
I think Ms. Beltran has some pictures and some videos, but that will be after.
Then it's all done and I don't have to think about it.
I know.
And it's easier, and then it's all done and I don't have to think about it.
Exactly.
And we know that that's gonna make me happy.
How do you look at the cell phone number?
It's always cold in every courtroom. I know, I'm trying to reorganize so that when I pass all this tomorrow, Lisa doesn't yell at me. I get to turn her. What? I gotta know what's going on. I know you're not judging me at all. That'd be good.
Somewhere, but not here.
I know I do, but. That's all.
Cell phones have to be totally in here. Okay, thank you. Turn it off.
17.
Roll it. Or you should have it. There you go. Bring it over to me.
What? Are you not ready to see yourself? I gotta make sure to get my right angle. Probably, they're also on tape line. Yep, okay, so. Oh, wait, that's the next one. I'm gonna have it somewhere.
Thank you. Unless you guys need the office. Yeah, I mean, I'll be up in my office and then we'll both have our cell phones on. I think that should be fine.
Well, I'm not the one here tomorrow. I'm not the one here tomorrow. We need Lisa. I don't know her phone. I didn't give you my information, but my information is not gonna work for you.
It's not happening today.
Wait, that is right. It's a state F8G. I'm missing some twos. I don't feel like I'm missing.
Thank you.
Oh, that one, thank you. See, it's Valentine. Okay, it's just. Oh, I get scratched by. Thank you.
How are you? I've seen you in a while. Pretty good. Hanging in there. How about you? Just me.
Pay for it.
Somebody tax dollars. Blue trousers, yeah. Here's the fives. Here's the twos. And the 17s.
All rise, please. Circuit Court is back in session.
Thank you. Be seated, everybody. And how many more folks do we have from the state?
Mayor, I believe we've got 5 witnesses, starting with Annette Shapiro. She did the cell site. And then we're going to start with the Animal Services, Lindsay Martin, Nicholas Moran. I anticipate we're going to call back, we're going to recall Deputy Rosenberg briefly, and then finish out with a third person from Animal Services.
Okay, the last witness that testified, how do we spell her last name?
Her last name was Sidor.
Sidor?
I think she pronounces it Sidor.
Sidor, S-I-D-O-R?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring in the jury, please.
And Your Honor, while the jury's coming back, pursuant to the conversation we had earlier about the rule of completeness argument for that overhead video, I prepared it. Madam Clerk has it. It's pre-marked for identification as State's Exhibit 18. At this time, the state would offer into evidence State's Exhibit 18.
Defense?
No issue, it's based upon stipulation. However, we'd ask that it be admitted in the presence of the jury. Not to be published, but just that they understand that there's a piece of evidence being admitted.
That's fine.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, hey, good afternoon, Mr. Translator. How are you?
Good.
I didn't swear anyone else in this morning either, but we haven't done anything that would require that. But I just kind of do it as needed.
Okay.
But I'll go ahead and swear you both in if you don't mind.
Sure.
Most important when you're taking a plea. All right, will you both please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that today you'll translate everything that happens in this courtroom in languages that everyone understands? And my understanding is we'll be using the Spanish and English languages. Do you swear to do that?
Yes, I do. This is Blanche Gonzalez, State Certified Spanish Court Interpreter, 16424.
Thank you.
I do. Christian Science, State Certified Spanish Court Interpreter, 12-00212.
All right, thank you.
The jury is present, the jury box is seated.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. We're going to continue on. I hope you had a nice lunch. State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, prior to calling our next witness, the state, based on the conversation from earlier this morning, the state would offer into evidence State's Exhibit 18. As State's Exhibit 18, it's a full copy of the overhead view from Fort De Soto.
All right, defense?
Stipulate.
All right, that will be admitted as marked. And call your next witness, please.
The state calls Annette Shapiro. Right, so please. Please stand right here. Face the clerk. Raise your right hand and repeat the oath. Do you swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, thank you.
If you'll just have a seat here, please, and hold the chair.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name for the record?
My name is Annette Shapiro, Annette. Shapiro is Shapiro.
Ms. Shapiro, where do you work?
I work for the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your position at the Sheriff's Office?
I am a law enforcement analyst.
How long have you worked at the Sheriff's Office?
19 years.
Are you certified by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement as a law enforcement analyst?
Yes, I am.
What did you do to achieve that certification?
That certification required a 6-month course of study. That was 1 week each month, including a capstone investigation into a selected topic, presenting my findings, and receiving the certification as a result.
As part of your duties, do you assist in the analysis of phone records?
Yes, I do.
Did a portion of the certification to become a law enforcement analyst include training in the analysis and interpretation of phone records?
Yes, it did.
Specifically cell phone records?
Yes.
Do you have any additional training or certifications in the area of analyzing cell phone records and cellular tower analysis?
I have multiple trainings from the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the National Domestic Communications Assistance Center, the National White Collar Crime Center, and multiple counter-drug intelligence programs.
Have you previously testified regarding cell tower analysis?
Yes, I have.
I want to talk to you about the case that you're here for today. Were you requested to map out the communication records for phone number 727-546-7083?
Yes, I was.
In order to create the map, were you given some T-Mobile communication records?
Yes, I was.
To your knowledge, were these records, T-Mobile communication records, received in response to a search warrant?
Yes.
Specific to the records for phone number 727-546-7083, did the records you reviewed include incoming and outgoing calls?
Yes, it did.
With respect to the communication records that you analyzed, are these, that you analyzed generally, are these simply incoming and outgoing calls, or is it more than that?
It's much more complex than that. We received the incoming and outgoing call data, text data, and also data transmissions. Some of the records do include cell tower location, which includes latitude, longitude, and physical location of that tower. Some of those tower records also indicate what direction the call came from when connecting to the tower.
Did you receive any other information with these records?
I received subscriber data. I received timing advance data, which is the data points or data communication between the phone and the tower, the call records, and a instructional reading key on how to interpret T-Mobile's data.
Can you just very briefly explain what subscriber data is?
Subscriber data is the information related to who the cell phone account belongs to. It also includes what type of device is being used and identifiers for that phone and the phone number.
What is transmission? What is a data transmission?
A data transmission can be a variety of things. It can be a text message that includes an emoji or a picture or video. It could be a FaceTime. It could be internet usage. It could just be an app checking in to make sure it has the latest software. It could also be the device checking in with the network to verify that it is authorized to access the network and that it is relying on the closest and best signal to the tower.
Did the records that you received in this case also include cell tower locations?
Yes, it did.
Permission to approach the clerk?
Yes.
Defense counsel has been remarked as State Exhibit 15. Remarked as States 19 and States 20. Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm approaching you with what's been pre-marked for identification as States 19, A through E. Can you please identify what that is?
That is the CD containing an electronic copy of the files I received from T-Mobile.
Did you review the files specifically on the CD?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you confirm that those are in fact the copies you received?
Yes.
Do the copies that you received include a copy of States Exhibit 20?
Yes, they did.
And what is States Exhibit 20?
That is a certification from T-Mobile stating that the records are from them provided are true and accurate.
Ultimately, did you create a map in this case?
Yes, I did.
Looking at what's pre-marked as States Exhibit 15, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
That is the map I created.
All right. At this time, the state would seek to move into evidence as a business record States 19, pre-marked as States 19 and States 20.
Defense?
No objection based upon the business certification.
It'll be admitted as marked.
Now let's talk a little bit about cell phone towers. Can you explain for the members of the jury what they are?
Cell phone towers are basically the locations that your phone is connecting to. It can be a physical structure such as a water tower or a giant metal grid that then has sectors attached to them, and that is actually what your phone is connecting with.
What is a cell site?
A cell site is also a cell sector. That is where the transmission is occurring. That is the technology that is used.
Speaking generally, when a cell phone, any cell phone, is powered on, is it interacting with cell sites?
Yes.
Can you explain that a little bit?
Your phone is constantly connecting to the tower, to the network, to make sure that it is authorized to use the network, that it is using the best and closest signal.
Again, speaking generally, when someone makes an outgoing call from a cell phone, what happens as it relates to those cell sites?
The cell phone connects to a cell site that is then transmitted to the base transceiver, which connects to your mobile provider. If the call is going to another network, so if you are on AT&T and you are calling somebody on Verizon, it will then transfer to Verizon's network. It will locate their cellular device on their network, transfer to that geographical region, to the base transceiver, to the sector or the cell site, and then it will communicate to the phone, connecting the communication.
Is this the same process for an incoming call?
Yes.
When a call is placed, is there a record of what cell site is carried by?
Most times, yes.
So in this case, did you map a communication? We talked about the map. Did you do that specifically for 727-546-7083?
Yes.
And based on the T-Mobile records, is that what you used to map the cell site locations?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Approaching with what you've previously viewed and what has been pre-marked as states 15 still for identification. Could you please take a look at that? And can you explain, is there a legend on that map?
There is a legend, yes.
What does a legend include?
The legend includes the phone number of the device that was mapped.
What else do we see on the map? What other sections does it have?
There are tower locations. From those tower locations, there are lines that come off of it that shows the azimuth or the direction that the call came from, and there are also annotations with the time and type of communication with that tower.
Now, in preparing for your testimony today, did you review this map?
I did.
And in preparing, in reviewing the map, did you notice anything about the map?
There was a typo in one of the time annotations.
And can you tell me about that typo?
When we create the annotations, the time comes in standard time. So if it's 8 a.m., it will say 8:00:00 a.m. We standardize that to 24-hour military time, where if it was in the PM hours, it would say 13, 14, 15 instead of 2, 3, 4 as the hour. And doing that conversion, one of the times was missed to convert from saying 12 to saying 00 as representing midnight.
And using the pen that I've left there, could you please cross out the time that has a typo and write next to it the correct or the consistent formatted time? With that correction, are the times there and the rest of the information depicted on that map, are they a fair and accurate representation of the information that you analyzed and mapped out?
Yes, it is.
At this time, the state seeks to move into evidence what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 15 as State's 15.
Defense?
No objection.
It will be admitted as marked.
Version published, State's 15.
Granted.
Okay, looking at State's Exhibit 15 up on the screen, what time frame is depicted in this map?
11 p.m. on May 10th to 10 a.m. on May 11th.
Was there a reason that this time frame was selected?
That was the request of the deputy.
Do you essentially just receive requests from deputies, you take the information and generate reports like this?
Yes.
Do you have any idea, any significance of that time for this case?
I do not.
Do you know anything about the facts of this case?
I do not.
Now, we see some red dots. What do those red dots indicate?
Those red dots are the tower locations that the device was connected to.
Near some of those red dots, there are, do you see there the two house icons?
Yes.
What do those house icons indicate or represent?
Those are 2 residential addresses.
Were you requested to mark these residential addresses on the map for reference from the deputy?
Yes.
Do you have any knowledge of what those addresses, what their significance may or may not be?
I do not.
Now, where it says data, zoom in here. For example, right here, this data, what does that indicate?
That is a data transmission. So again, that could be that FaceTime, Facebook, app usage, or just the phone checking in with the network.
What about outgoing call?
That is a phone call placed from the handset device.
And incoming?
A call coming into the device.
After the calls, there are some numbers and seconds. What does that indicate?
That is the duration of the phone call.
Going back to the 2 areas that that we're focused on, again, those are just addresses that you provided. What do the dots around them indicate?
Those are the towers around the residences that were utilized.
The timing here that we have, is that in any specific order?
It is in chronological order for that tower.
A moment to confer.
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross?
No cross.
15, state? Second 15? I apologize.
All right, no cross. State, call your next witness.
The state calls Captain Lindsay Martin. Right this way, please. Please stand here. Face the clerk, raise your right hand and repeat yes. Do you swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you.
Just have a seat and pull the chair all the way forward.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury by spelling your first and last name for the record?
Yep, so my name is Lindsay Martin, Lindsey Martin.
Where do you work?
Pinellas County Animal Services.
What is your position with Pinellas County Animal Services?
I am the Enforcement Program Manager.
What does that position entail?
So I am essentially the manager of all the animal control officers, and I also handle animal cruelty investigations and dangerous dog investigations.
Within your agency, are you also referred to as Captain Martin?
Yes.
Now, with respect to animal services, do you have knowledge of the adoption process?
Yes.
Let me back up. How long have you been with animal services?
10 years.
And what positions have you had over the years?
I was a animal care assistant where cleaned kennels. Actually, I started as a volunteer. Then I was an animal care assistant. I was a customer service representative. I was an animal control officer 1, animal control officer 2, and now my title is captain.
And is that also a supervisory role?
Yes.
How about, as you were saying, the adoption process? Generally, how does that work?
So Pinellas County Animal Services has a open adoption process. So generally the public can just come into our adoption facility. We have leashes and stuff all over the shelter. They are able to take them out of the kennel themselves, which just ensures to us that that person can properly handle an animal. They take it in the yard, they can come back up front, they want to adopt it. We just make sure that any other pets at home are currently licensed and have rabies vaccines in the county.
Now, with respect to microchips,
Mm-hmm.
are all the adoptable animals microchipped?
Yes, ma'am.
And when does that happen?
So some of them come in with microchips already, but most of them come in with no microchips. So they will be microchipped at the time of spay or neuter.
And how does the microchip information change, if any, through the adoption process?
So either way, if we implant it or if an animal comes in with a microchip, as soon as the ownership is changed through the adoption process in our computer system, that microchip is automatically registered with 24-hour pet watch. And so that way that microchip goes back to that person who adopted that animal.
Is it somebody physically at your office who's inputting the new owner's information so that it is then connected with the microchip?
Yes, yep.
Are you a records custodian?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So when I handle most of the public records requests, and anytime anybody needs records from Animal Services.
What type of records do those include?
It could be anything from photos, videos, paper, anything from our system, anything anybody needs.
Do you maintain those records?
Yes.
And does that include adoption paperwork?
Yes.
Does that include the microchip paperwork?
Yes.
Do you all maintain records once a adoption has happened? Do you still store those records in your system?
Correct. We also have paper copies as well.
Okay.
Yep.
What generally do the adoption contracts include?
It would just have the adopter name on it. It has the animal information, just some general information on medical, if the animal needs medical attention, how many days they can come to the shelter. They also get a copy of any and all medications, and then all the microchip information that goes back to them. And then there's always signatures on everything.
Now, are you also a custodian of records when it comes to digital evidence or digital information, including the security cameras at Animal Services?
Yes, I do have access.
What security cameras are available at Animal Services?
Any and all of them I can look at any time. Yeah.
Okay. And are they inside, outside?
Both.
Were you asked, in reference to this case, to obtain that footage?
Yes.
Were you given a specific date and time?
Yes.
And did you review that footage?
Yes.
Did you pull that footage ultimately?
Yes.
How did you do that?
So I was able to pull it up, but then I was able to clip snippets, but also the sheriff's office was able to pull it as well, I believe. Yeah.
And when you say you were able to clip snippets, is that based on the request that was given to you?
Yes.
And what system, if you recall, do you use for the video footage?
I'm not 100% sure what the system is called.
Do you use that video footage often?
Yes.
Are you one of the only people who has access? Who has access to that footage?
I believe there's only 4 of us who have access to the video cameras.
And do you have access to, other than cut a video short or keep it long, can you make any other edits to that footage?
No.
In this case, did you make any edits to the footage that you provided to law enforcement?
No, ma'am.
Permission to approach the clerk?
Granted.
And I am showing the Funds Council with the pre-marked as states 21, 22, and 23. Permission to approach witness.
Granted.
I'm going to hand you first what's pre-marked as states 21 for identification. Taking a look at that, what is that?
That is the USB drive that should have all the video footage on it.
Did you review the content of that USB drive?
Yes.
And did you indicate on the USB drive anything that, in order to acknowledge that you reviewed the content of the USB drive? Sorry, did you sign the USB drive
Yes.
to say that you watched the
Yes,
videos? Okay. And in watching those videos or in viewing the files on there, are they a fair and accurate depiction of the videos that you provided to law enforcement in this
Yes.
case?
Yep.
Looking at states 22 for identification, can you take a look at that, please? And what are we looking at there?
So this is the registration through 24-hour pet watch from the adoption of Dexter.
Are these the records that you have access to as a records custodian?
Yes.
And how are these records kept?
So this physical record is kept in our computer system, and I'm able to pull that anytime.
And is this kept in the normal course of business?
Yep.
Handing you what's been pre-marked for identification as states 23.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
This is the signed adoption contract from the adoption of Dexter.
Did you pull both states 23 and states 22 and provide it to law enforcement?
Yes.
And is states 23 also kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
How is this file kept?
So this is kept via paper copy and also in our computer system.
At this time, the state would seek to move into evidence what's been pre-marked as states 21, 22, and 23.
Defense?
Your Honor, I have 4 one-dire questions.
Okay.
May I inquire?
Yes.
A microchip number, is that number generated by Pinellas County Animal Services or 24-hour pet watch?
24-hour pet watch.
In regards to the surveillance system at Pinellas County Animal Services, do you have knowledge about the operating condition and the capability of the equipment producing the video evidence as it relates to accuracy and reliability?
Like, how do you mean?
Are you aware of the operating condition and its capability to record accurate and reliable evidence?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And are you familiar and have personal knowledge of the procedure employed as it relates to the preparation, testing, operation, and security, the security of the security equipment that generated the video evidence?
No.
Are you a records custodian for 24-hour pet watch?
No.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. What? Yeah, the video is submitted over to defense.
The state has no further questions.
Cross?
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Have you ever met my client in person?
No.
Have you ever seen him with the dog in question?
I did see him on the day of the adoption walking the dog, yes.
Was there any issue with him treating the dog badly?
I don't know history, nothing that I saw.
I'm not asking about history, just what you were able to observe.
Character evidence?
I want you to stick to what you personally observed. Did
Mhm.
you observe my
No.
client treating the dog in any inappropriate way?
No,
Did you observe him being verbally aggressive towards the dog?
no.
No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Call your next witness, please.
The state calls Nicholas Moran.
Nicholas Moran.
Right this way, please. You're just gonna stand right here. You face the car, raise your right hand and raise the other.
Do you swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank
You
you.
can just have a seat right here. Pull the chair all the way forward and speak in a loud voice for the court.
Good afternoon. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Could you please introduce yourself, spelling your first and last name?
So my name is Nicholas, Nicholas, Moran, Moran.
Where do you work, Mr. Moran?
I work at Pinellas County Animal Services.
What is your position there?
I am an animal service customer service representative.
How long have you worked with Animal Services?
I've worked with Animal Services for 1.5 years now.
And tell me, what are some of the duties of an Animal Services customer representative? Did I say that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay.
So an animal services representative working for the county, I'm responsible for the licensing of animals as well as just keeping up to date, making sure that each and all animals that enter and leave our facility are up to date on their county license as well as their rabies vaccines. It's also my responsibility to conduct animal adoptions as well as help out in any other way that we could.
Now, were you working in that capacity back in May 2024?
Yes.
Specifically, were you working on May 10th, 2024?
I was working up front. I believe it was only my first week at a desk. I was still being trained.
And was there somebody with you training?
Yes.
Who was that?
Christine.
And how did she, if any, in any way, how was she training you at that moment?
Well, for the first, I'd say 30 days, I sat alongside her while she was sitting at the desk. And by then, I had grown comfortable enough to try to ease into the position, actually sit at the desk, log into my own account, conduct transactions, adoptions, fosters, as well as any license renewals.
And at this point, was she just more letting you take the lead?
Yes.
At any time, did an individual come in that day to adopt a dog?
Yes, there was.
Probably more than one, at least
Yes.
interested, right? Did you end up meeting a person that you learned was named Domingo Rodriguez?
Yes.
And do you see that person here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please identify them by an article of clothing and the position of them in the courtroom?
Mr. Domingo is sitting on my right side, everybody's left-hand side in a black suit.
And what was your first observation of Mr. Rodriguez?
My first observation of Mr. Rodriguez is that he didn't speak English very well, which is fine.
Let me back you up just a little bit, I'm sorry. When did you see him inside Animal Services? When did you first see him?
Yes, so the way, when I had first observed Mr. Rodriguez, it was him entering our front door. He was trying to communicate, I believe, with our greeter because he wanted to look at our animals that are available to be adopted. That's when our greeter had motioned for him to just go into the room. I believe we were all using translators at the time on our cell phones, just so he could get a better understanding and to communicate effectively.
And when you say translators, is that like Google Translate, or how are you doing
Google
that?
Translator.
How does that work? So do you type something or do you say something?
Just to make sure that what we're trying to communicate with him, we were typing everything out, we weren't speaking it. I believe he was speaking into his phone, and that's when the words were interpreted back to us in English.
Does Google Translate speak back to you?
Yes.
Okay. Or is it possible to just show another person the phone?
It's possible to just to either play it or show it to us through the text, which I want to say majority of the time was us reading the text.
For the most part, was that working okay?
Yes.
And are there any people at Animal Services, any workers specifically, who speak Spanish?
I believe there's only one.
And was he around at the time? Or were they around at the time?
They were not.
Okay. So when you first saw him, how did you become involved, if you did, in the adoption process?
So during the adoption process, our greeter had motioned him, Mr. Domingo Rodriguez, to sit at my desk, which I was sitting at, like how I am today before all of you, and I was going to conduct the adoption process. Now, through the adoption process, we explained to them that during the adoption process, we explained to them what everything is, the licensing, the rabies vaccine, how both of those expiration dates are congruent with each other, as well as the microchip, any information that you provide to us through your identification, like driver's license, government, state ID, will go on that microchip. And then we just kind of explain like, oh, we're going to send you guys home with a goodie bag full of toys. We explain the whole feeding process. We go over everything, essentially.
Now, before that, did Mr. Rodriguez have the opportunity to view the animals that were available for adoption?
Through my own observations, I believe when our greeter had motioned him, because I was able to observe this, that our greeter had motioned for him to look at the dogs, and that's when he came back with a kennel card, because our process for the adoptions is to come in, it's an open door policy, anyone and everyone is welcome to look through our adoption floor. The way the process goes, the procedure, grab the kennel card, and then you proceed to the front lobby. Granted, after you had taken the dog out, which we welcome, we have leashes hanging up, and we almost were very enthusiastic and about trying to get the person to walk the dog, which through my own observations and everyone else there that day, that Mr. Rodriguez had not. He insisted that it's okay, but I mean, just to prevent, if the dog doesn't adapt well with life at home, or if anything happens really, we just want the guest to feel comfortable with the dog that they chose.
Is that typically what you see? Do individuals come in and you said they have the opportunity to leash the dogs?
Yes.
And is there an area where they can take the dogs to be able to interact with them?
Yes, there are.
Are there multiple areas or just one?
There are multiple play yards in Animal Services. There's a myriad amount of play yards everyone is welcome to take an animal out into.
What do you typically see with respect to people interested in adopting a dog? How do they interact with the animals?
The people that come in and, they look around. Some people just want to come in, take a peek, kind of window shop, if you will. Others just, love animals and they want to take dogs out for a walk. Sometimes if it doesn't really work well, if the dog is too hyper, if its temperament doesn't fit well with the guest that comes in that day, they're more than welcome to check out any other animals. So, I mean, through my own experiences, I've seen, people come in, they're so dead set on a dog that they want to take it out, and its temperament is just the complete opposite of the type of dog that they're looking for, and they find a dog that other people would just normally pass up, and they fall in love with them.
For the dogs that are available for adoption, do you have any indication of their temperament on the cards that they have?
Yes, so on each and every kennel card, the words are highlighted. I believe there are 3 or 4 different temperament statuses that we have on each kennel card. One is, I guess you could say, very calm, very relaxed, moderate energy. The other is like, I believe, high activity level. And then there's like a middle line between that.
And is that normally a factor when people are looking for dogs to adopt?
It is. If our guest comes in and they read that, they'll know exactly what to expect when it's their responsibility. We give them the opportunity to open that door, open the kennel door, leash that dog. If they're unable to do that and they don't feel comfortable, then they shouldn't be adopting that dog.
When somebody does go into leash a dog to take it out, are there certain ways to enter and exit this adoption, the dog area?
Yeah, so there's multiple entrances and exits. There's an entrance leading directly into the adoption room from the front lobby. And then there are a series of doors that lead into our hallway that lead directly outside the facility where we have the outdoor play yards.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Rodriguez go through any of those doors that lead to the outdoor play yards?
Not through my own observations, no.
And you had talked about how somebody would select the card. Is that essentially saying this is the dog that I want and they take the card?
We give people the incentive to come in to Animal Services, leash a dog, take it out into the yard and play with them just to see if it's a right fit. And then with that kennel card, if they want to adopt it or if they're just window shopping or just browsing through what we have available, they're also more than welcome to grab that kennel card, come up to the front lobby, ask one of our representatives if they have any questions.
And in this case, how did that go?
So through my own observations, Mr. Rodriguez had spent approximately about 5 to 10 minutes in the adoption room before coming up with the card. That's when I had observed that the greeter had advised to them to go back there, play with the dog, make sure it's fine. I believe I had observed Mr. Rodriguez go back into the dog room, the dog adoption room, and then came back maybe about 10 minutes later. It was a pretty busy day that day. There were only maybe 3 of us working with my trainer included. And then that's when Mr. Rodriguez had came back to the greeter. The greeter motioned Mr. Rodriguez to sit at my desk because my station was next in line.
Are you aware of security footage at Animal Services?
Yes.
Permission to approach the podium.
Granted.
Permission to approach the witness.
Granted.
I'm approaching with what's been already entered into evidence as the state's 21. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is there any writing on this flash drive?
They're my initials.
And on the other side, whose initials are those?
Captain Martin.
Maybe it's upside down.
Captain Martin.
Okay, Captain Lindsay Martin. And did you review what's on this flash drive?
Yes.
Is this the footage from Animal Services from that day?
It is. It's the security footage of Mr. Rodriguez entering our facility.
Permission to publish states 21.
Granted.
Starting with this first video, what is this a view of?
This right here is a view of our parking lot facing east.
And in reviewing this footage, have you seen yourself on this footage?
In some of the videos, yes.
Now, ultimately, did you end up helping Mr. Domingo out to his car?
I did. So another service that we provide here at Animal Services, we give guests that come in the opportunity to either purchase or rent a dog crate, which Mr. Rodriguez had requested, so we sold him one. So when we had came back into the lobby after completing all the adoption, all of the adoption paperwork, processing everything, all of that, we had given Mr. Rodriguez the dog to walk outside, and then just as a courtesy, I had carried the dog crate to his truck.
We're gonna come back to that, but just a little bit. Do you see, just for now, do you see the vehicle that ultimately you end up going to load up the dog?
Yes.
And how many vehicles are in the view right now, specifically in this parking lot?
There are two.
And which is the vehicle ultimately that you end up taking the dog to?
I believe it's possibly, I believe the gray truck.
This footage right here, what is this a view of?
This is a view of me sitting at a desk. I was wearing the blue shirt with the black beanie because I hadn't been granted my customer service uniform, which I'm wearing today.
Your permission to personal witness to allow him to use this pointer? All right, if you could just take this and permission for the witness to stand.
Granted.
And indicate to us where you are seen in that footage.
So I'm seeing right about here, the entrance to Animal Services is approximately right around here in this doorway. So the footage is shown. That's the entrance in which Mr. Rodriguez had entered through our facility. Our greeter station is right about here. That's where I had observed from my desk Mr. Rodriguez interacting with our greeter.
Okay. And at what point in time are we here, if you recall? Would this be after he had brought you the kennel card?
This is after he had brought us the kennel card. As it appears, Mr. Rodriguez is just sitting down.
Okay. And at this point, what is what do you begin to do? Do you take his information, or how does that work?
So during this process, we review the animal's notes in our computer. We see if the dog is required to go on any medication, send home any treatment, any medication, because the dog had just came back with kennel cough. The kennel cough, essentially just an upper respiratory infection, which the dog had for about a week. So that's something that we always check just to see if there's any medical referrals or any notes that would present to us just a minor obstacle in the adoption process.
And do you explain that to the person who's interested in adopting the dog?
Yes.
And at this time, you mentioned that he had kennel cough. Did he have any other medical things to be aware of? Was he recently neutered, or had he already been neutered?
So he had already been neutered. Yes, because all animals on our adoption floor are altered.
Okay. And what, if anything, do you do to prevent them from messing with the sutures?
So to mess with the sutures, if they're still on a suture wash, which is approximately 7 to 10 days, we send them home with a cone on their head, which we had done for the dog.
In this case?
In this case, yes.
And we've been saying the dog. Do you know what dog we're referring to?
The dog that we're referring to his name was Dexter.
And did you meet Dexter?
Yes.
When did you recall when you first met Dexter?
I had met Dexter. As you could see, I'm still wearing my kennel shirt. So I had originally worked with Animal Services as a kennel assistant. I had done that for about a year and a month when I had been given the opportunity to move up front and work directly in customer service. So during my time working back in the kennels, when Dexter had developed kennel cough or the upper respiratory infection, it was my responsibility to clean out the building in which dogs sick with that upper respiratory infection were, with Dexter being one of them.
Okay, and in that case, did you interact with Dexter?
Yes.
Can you describe his demeanor?
So his demeanor, very calm. I mean, he was just a happy-go-lucky dog. He, just very calm. He wasn't too hyper. He wouldn't really pull on the leash, which if we have footage of that, of Mr. Rodriguez exiting with Dexter, we'll be able to see that he's just walking alongside us as I was carrying the crate. But other than that, just a very happy-go-lucky dog.
Any concerns about aggression with Dexter for you?
None at all.
We're going to fast forward some to, oops, not that far. Starting at 14:36 with the timestamp up top. At this point, what are you all doing?
So at this point, my trainer and I are typing into our cell phone into Google Translator to communicate the adoption process, which is essentially us taking the information that they present to us on their ID. We ask if all the information is up to date, like their address. We essentially just gather all of their contact info, just so we can keep a record of who's adopting these animals.
And do you ultimately enter that information into the computer system?
Yes.
And we heard some discussion, or there was some testimony earlier about a 24-hour pet watch sort of letter. Can you tell me about that?
So the 24 Pet Watch letter, 24 Pet Watch is a manufacturer of the microchips that we use here at Animal Services. Permission to sit?
Yes, you have a seat, sir.
Thank you. 24 Pet Watch is a manufacturer of the microchips that we use here at Animal Services. As far as the 24 Pet Watch letter, all of the information we gather from the adopter, any cell phone numbers, contact information, we gather that. Now with that information, that's how we generate the county license.
Are you inputting into the system the adopter's information in order to generate that 24-hour pet watch document?
Yes.
And also, is the adoption contract involved?
Yes, there is.
What does that adoption contract include, information-wise, as far as the dog? Let's start with the dog.
Okay.
What about the dog is included in that?
So starting with the dog on the adoption contract, it clearly states the name of the dog's identification number, which is in our system, the date, time of the adoption. But as far as the person, same thing, name, phone number, address.
Now, the jury has seen several times a photo of a dog who's been identified as Dexter with a number down at the bottom of the photo. Are you aware of which photo I'm referring to?
Yes.
And which number is that, or what is that number called?
So the number that's on Dexter's photo, when we intake stray dogs, which Dexter was when he came to us, representatives take the incentive to edit the photo in a way to list the zip code in which where the dog was found, so that possibly if Dexter's owner in this case were to look on any government Pinellas County Animal Services website, they would see that that's where the dog was found, and that's possibly where their dog may have been picked up at.
Is each number, does it reference a zip code, but it's a unique number, or how is that?
It's so when someone finds a stray dog, they come in, they fill out paperwork just stating where they found the dog, and then the number is essentially just the zip code of the general area in which they had found the dog.
Is that different from the microchip number?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the adoption contract, can you tell me about the microchip information? What is included on the adoption contract?
Can you repeat that, please?
Sorry, is the microchip a number included on the adoption contract?
To my knowledge, I'm unaware.
Okay, if you had that document to review, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Permission to approach the clerk.
Granted.
Permission to approach the witness.
Granted.
That's what's been previously pre-marked as states 23 for identification. And looking at that document, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do. This is the adoption contract. Right, so on the adoption contract, clear as day, it provides all of the dog's information, gender, if they're altered or not, the size, their weight, as well as right below that animal identification number in our system is that 24 Pet Watch microchip.
And with respect to the owner information, is there any owner information on this adoption contract?
Yes.
Is the adoption contract between the owner and essentially Animal Services?
Yes.
How is that owner information associated with the microchip? Is that something that you enter into the computer so that contract is generated?
So when I proceed to finalizing an adoption, I type in all of the owner's information. That generates a person identification number. With that person identification number, that's who we proceed with the adoption or outcome in this case. And then we take Dexter's, in this case, animal ID number, separate from the microchip number, plug that in, and then hit enter. So what that does, that essentially generates the license, the county license, as well as all the information that's provided on the adoption contract. And also, all of that information, when I hit enter, when proceeding with the adoption, finalizing it, that is, all of that information automatically gets generated or gets associated with the microchip number.
At this time, the state seeks to offer into evidence what's been pre-marked as states 22 and 23 as states 22 and 23.
Defense?
Objection to hearsay based upon the argument of the legal basis that we provided in sidebar.
Thank you. Those objections are overruled and that evidence is admitted as marked.
Speaking about the microchip,
In speaking with Mr. Rodriguez, did you discuss the microchip with him?
Yes, we did.
And did he have any questions about the microchip?
So everything that I explained to you today about the microchip, we had explained to Mr. Rodriguez, albeit through Google Translator, but we insisted that if they had any questions, please ask us right now. So due to the microchip, we explained all of that information to him.
did he have any questions about where the microchip
yes.
was located?
So when asking any questions regarding the license, the expiration date, which again, we went over all of this through Google Translator, out of everything, regarding all of the red tape, if you will, of the county license, as well as rabies vaccines, when to get them done, the only question that Mr. Rodriguez had for us was concerning about the microchip. As far as the microchip goes, he was curious as to where the microchip was located. Now, at Animal Services, we get a lot of customers that come in. They're just generally curious, about things such as microchips or rabies vaccines. Any questions that they have, it's our duty as a representative of Animal Services is to provide nothing but outstanding customer service to anyone that walks through that door, which we provided for Mr. Rodriguez that day. We had explained where the microchip was located, what essentially the microchip is, and which essentially is a way for a stray dog to get back home.
Now, is this something, when you explained where the microchip was located, how did you explain that?
So we had explained to Mr. Rodriguez that day through Google Translator that the microchip is implanted.
Hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, your hearsay objection?
Hearsay, any statements that this witness made to my client.
Overruled.
Did you indicate on your bio, you can answer the question, but let me just be more specific. Did you indicate on your body where the microchip was located in order to demonstrate for Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Where did you indicate to?
I had indicated to the base of my neck.
Can you do that right now, just to show us how you would have pointed it out?
So I had motioned to Mr. Rodriguez that the microchip is right around here.
Okay. And do you ever have any concern or any questions from people who come in about whether the microchip has GPS?
Yes, all the time.
Okay. Is that, does the microchip, to your knowledge, have a GPS device built in?
No, it does not. Essentially, the way that the microchip works, the microchip that's implanted into the dog has a serial number, the microchip number. If a dog becomes a stray, finds their way at Animal Services or any veterinarian clinic, we all have scanners. We scan the dog to see if they have a chip. We pull up that generated number, type it into our computer, and that essentially brings us directly to the owner's information.
Permission to republish states 21?
Granted.
Okay, looking at this clip with timestamp 16, 17, 14. Using that pointer, would you mind indicating where Mr. Rodriguez is in this video?
In this video, Mr. Rodriguez can be seen right here by the greeter station. As our greeter that day is typing profusely into their cell phone, essentially to communicate to Mr. Rodriguez in a way that he'd be able to understand. So any questions given to us that day were all correctly answered.
Can you tell me about Animal Services with respect to, do you have crates there?
Yeah, so at Animal Services, we do have crates. We have several size crates, small, medium, and large. I believe we had sent Mr. Rodriguez with a medium crate because he had requested to purchase one.
And how much are the crates?
I believe the medium-sized crates are $55.
Okay. Do you ever have, do you recommend that adoptees take crates?
If they wish to do so, yes, especially if they have other animals at the home, which we had asked Mr. Rodriguez that day. We ask everyone just to see, do you have other animals at your home? And if they do, we give them the, we insist that they bring their animals to Animal Services for us to conduct what we call a meet and greet, essentially just seeing if the two animals get along well. With that being said, in an event of that happening, we always recommend the adoptee bring home a crate, just in case.
In this case, did Mr. Rodriguez elect to bring home a crate?
Yes.
And what, if anything, tell me, do you have a crate return policy?
So as far as the crate return policy, which essentially is executed during our foster program, foster to adopt program, on top of bringing the would-be adoptee's animal to Animal Services to meet and greet, so to say, our animal that they're interested in adopting. During that process, it's actually a requirement for the adoptee or foster to bring home a crate, in which Mr. Rodriguez had advised that he did not have any other animals at the house, but requested to purchase a crate.
All right, we're gonna look back at States 21. Pressing play at the outdoor view with timestamp 14:49:05. What are we looking at here?
So here we are looking in the bottom left-hand corner, Mr. Rodriguez carrying the adoption bag full of goodies, toys, as well as a bag of food in his right hand. In his left hand, he will be holding Dexter's leash, and then following him is myself, carrying the crate. And as you can see, you can observe Dexter's temperament, a very calm dog, isn't pulling on the leash, just walking directly side by side with Mr. Rodriguez.
And what does he have around his neck?
Around Dexter's neck is a cone that we send home with them. If they're still on that incision watch, the cone should be on the dog for 7 to 10 days during the incision watch. We advise that they keep the cone on for at least 7 days, and then by the 10th day they could take it off.
Now, what do we see going on here? For the record, 14:50 and 14 seconds.
So what we're looking at right now, we had approached Mr. Rodriguez's truck from the rear end. He had lowered his tailgate. You might not be able to see it, but from what I recollect that day, he had used the keys on his key ring to tear open the crate. Now, usually the way adoptions happen when we conduct them is if they want to take home a crate, they kind of just throw the crate into the back of their car or truck, and then the dog just hops in. In this case, Mr. Rodriguez is opening the crate, taking it out of the box, setting it up, and then at the end of that video, if it were to keep playing, I'd be walking back to Animal Services carrying the cardboard.
So we're at a new clip with timestamp 14:51:09, and is this a continuation of that previous video?
Yes.
Is this what you're referring to?
Yes.
Ultimately, did you learn later that, what did you learn, if anything, about loading the dog in the truck like this?
It was very unusual. Granted, it was my only first week at Animal Services, well, working up front as a customer service representative the world of a kennel technician, if you will, is very small compared to the ever-expanding world of enforcement and customer services. So I wasn't really aware that it is actually against Pinellas County law to transport a dog in a crate in the back of a pickup truck, or any vehicle for that matter, in a crate without the crate actually being tied down or fixed or fastened to the bed of the vehicle. It also needs a...
I'm going to stop you, just without necessarily referencing any law. Did you come to the understanding that your supervisors indicated that this was not the proper way to transport the dog?
Yes, because I had found it peculiar. This is an experience quite unique. Through my own observations working at Animal Services, I just never would have thought. But regardless, I had came back and made a comment that I found it strange that Mr. Rodriguez had loaded the dog crate with Dexter and then proceeded to transport Dexter.
Now, later, eventually does Mr. Rodriguez leave with Dexter?
Yes.
Later, does he ever return?
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez does return, I'd say about an hour or so after the initial adoption, with the crate in hand, from what I had observed.
And is that something that is available on the video footage that the jury can view?
Yes.
And did you all give him a refund for the crate?
We insisted that it's his, he can keep it. We weren't really understanding of why he was returning it to us. And then that's when we had observed from the entrance side in which Mr. Rodriguez was standing next to the greeter, that Mr. Rodriguez essentially moved his hands in a motion that implied that it's okay.
Speculation.
Sustained.
Ultimately, based on your interaction with him, did he end up receiving or asking for the refund?
He did not.
Moment to confer.
No further questions.
All right, cross-examination?
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is it standard practice to allow any individual to adopt a dog and take it home while that dog is on an incision watch?
It is standard practice. That's why we always communicate with them that while on the incision watch after being altered, that the adoptee or foster keep that plastic collar or cone on their head.
You don't speak Spanish?
No.
And so you have no way of knowing that the information that was coming from your phone was accurately being relayed to my client?
No.
You made mention of how the dog was transported. My question to you is, isn't it true that you never stopped him from doing that, correct?
I never stopped it just because I didn't see an imminent threat to the safety and welfare of the dog.
And at no point in time when you were interacting with my client did you have that feeling?
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Let's step down and we'll take our afternoon stretch break, so we'll be in recess for about 10 minutes.
as a clerk.
Thank you.
What?
Ready for the cold?
I mean, it's cold enough in here. No, I'm
Be
not
way
ready.
colder over there.
I'm not ready. I really don't want to. And then I get to come back and Monday night I have a murder trial, so.
Oh, where is it?
I didn't even look to see what it was about.
About that case on Monday?
I'll let the judge know about that, regardless. About the 6 schools. And then, Deputy, I would mention to,
Oh, I will.
about that other guy.
Yeah.
That he has to fly out.
Hi.
Bye.
Hi.
Bye.
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 Just make sure you guys electronics are turned off.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, make sure your phone is turned all the way off, not silent, not vibrate, not everything goes all the way off. Thank you very much.
Almost there. Yeah, here we get to, here we get
Excuse me.
All rise. Circuit Court is back in session.
All right, bring in the jury, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Here's the jurors and jury boxes.
Thank you. State by your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. People of the state of Florida call Jesus Hernandez Rivera.
Sir, right over here next to me, please.
Sure.
Stand right here. Raise your right hand, face the clerk, take the oath, and shout out, please.
Do you swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank
Sir,
you.
right this way. Go ahead and have a seat. Speak to the microphone in a loud, clear voice, please.
You may inquire.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sir, can you please turn and introduce yourself to the members of the jury and spell your name for the record?
Hello, my name is Jesus Hernandez Rivera. That's Jesus Hernandez Rivera.
Yes, sir, where do you work?
I work at Pinellas County Animal Services.
What do you do there?
I am an animal service representative.
And how long have you been working at Pinellas County Animal Services?
About over a year, little under 2 years.
Okay. I want to go ahead and get right into the facts about this case and how you're involved.
Okay.
Are you aware of a dog named Dexter?
Yes.
Are you aware that Dexter was adopted on May 10th, 2024?
Yes.
And can you please tell the members of the jury what your involvement is with this case relating to Dexter and the person who adopted Dexter?
I was the person that called the adopter on May 11th to speak to the adopter if he had any concerns or anything.
So let me ask you this. Why were you the person who called on May 11th, the day after Dexter was adopted?
I'm bilingual and I speak Spanish and English.
Okay. And we heard some testimony earlier today about how, were you working there on the 10th?
I was not.
Okay. And so on the 11th, you were tasked with this follow-up phone call. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And so did you make that phone call?
Yes.
And did the defendant or did the adopter answer the phone?
Yes.
And can you explain what the extent of the conversation was that he told you?
First off, I did address the fact that he adopted Dexter on the 10th, and I asked him if he had any concerns about the adoption or if he was unsure about any of the process. He stated no. Towards the end of the call, he did state that unfortunately the night prior, the dog got out because his wife left the door open.
Okay. During that phone call, so he said that his wife left the phone, or I'm sorry, not left the phone, left the door open.
That's correct.
Did he ever make any mention of Dexter slipping under a fence?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Did he say that he was going to report the dog missing to the police?
That's correct.
Do you remember around what time of day you called the defendant on May 11th, 2024?
So, from my knowledge, that was give me 1 second. Towards a little before the middle, kind of more earlier.
Okay. So fair to say mid-morning? Is that a yes? I know you're.
That's correct.
Okay. Just for the record, doesn't pick up the nodding of the head. Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Cross?
Yes, Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
Never had any prior interactions with my client person?
No.
No further questions.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. You're excused.
Thank
State,
you.
call your next witness.
The state recalls Deputy Joshua Rosenberg.
Thank you, sir.
Would you like the deputy to respond to us?
Yes, please.
That's what that is. Stand next to me, and your hand, face the clerk, take the oath, and shout out loud.
Do you swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, right this way. Have a seat. Speak to the microphone in a loud, clear voice.
Thanks, sir.
Inquire.
Good afternoon, Deputy. Could you please just remind us of your name and where you work?
Deputy Rosenberg in Pinellas County Sheriff's Office.
Just want to ask a few follow-up questions. During your investigation, did you ever find any evidence of the defendant going to the St. Petersburg Police Department?
No, ma'am.
Did you find any evidence of the defendant going to or contacting the Pinellas Park Police Department?
No, ma'am.
Did you find any evidence of the defendant ever contacting or going to any other Pinellas County or local police agency?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever find any evidence of the defendant contacting the Pinellas County Animal Services?
No, ma'am.
And when you had your interview with him, what did he tell you about contacting the Animal Services?
That he had been contacted by Animal Services.
Now, were you able to, we heard some testimony today from Detective Payton regarding a cell phone extraction. Were you able to review the content of that phone with Detective Payton?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to view the activity that the defendant had on his phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to approach the clerk.
Granted.
Permission to republish what's been already marked or entered into evidence as states 15, the cell site map.
Granted.
Now I'm showing you what's already been entered into evidence. Have you previously viewed this map?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what two addresses are listed on this map?
The 3367-66 Way North would be Mr. Domingo's address, and then the 4340 72nd Avenue North was determined to be a family member's address.
Did you report to that above the 72nd Avenue North address?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you report to that address?
We had indicators that he was there in the early morning hours of that Saturday, the 11th.
And when you say indicators, was that based on the cellular analysis that you had reviewed?
Yes, ma'am.
And is your understanding that essentially that these dots indicate the cellular sites and the defendant's location or the device's location, relative location?
Yes, ma'am.
On the specific dates that are cited there?
That's correct, ma'am.
Now, when you interviewed the defendant, was that at which of those addresses?
At the 3367-66 Way North address.
And just to be clear, have you ever seen the defendant at the 72nd address, 72nd Avenue address?
No, ma'am.
What did the defendant tell you as far as what time he went to bed?
On the night of the 10th, he said he went to bed at around 10 o'clock.
And what time did he tell you he woke up?
Around 7 a.m. on the 11th.
And did he ever indicate to you that he ever went anywhere else in the middle of the night?
No, ma'am.
Now, reading where I'm indicating with this pen, what time on the first line, date and time, what is that indicating?
That is May 11th at 12:28 a.m.
And the second line below that?
May 11th at 12:29 a.m.
Did the defendant did he omit any information about him or his device being at this address in the middle of the night?
Yes, he never made mention of it.
Objection, Your Honor, burden shifting.
Overruled.
Moment to confer.
Yes.
No further questions?
Cross?
Deputy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
When you were at my client's residence and you asked them to open up the cooler, you never smelled any bleach, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in the same vein, you never observed a meat cleaver?
No, sir.
You never observed a samurai sword?
Correct, sir.
You never observed a machete?
Correct.
You never observed any sharp weapon or instrumentation.
Correct, sir.
Are you aware if the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office accepts lost dog calls?
We do, sir.
Is that public knowledge?
It would be, yes.
Now, based upon you being a deputy, you are aware of Pinellas County boundary lines?
To an extent, yes, sir.
You are aware that there's certain portions of the Skyway Bridge that bleed into Manatee County?
Yes, sir.
And you're aware that that there's water, the waters underneath the Skyway Bridge are, some of it are part of Hillsborough County?
Correct, sir.
Some of them are part of Manatee County?
Yes, sir.
And some of them are part of Pinellas County?
Correct, sir.
Now, you also agree with me on certain portions of the Skyway Bridge, there's netting.
Yes.
How high do you think that netting is?
It's approximately 6 feet, to my knowledge.
Now, you'd agree with me that on certain portions going up the Skyway, going southbound, and then going back northbound, that there's portions of the Skyway Bridge that are not netted?
Correct, sir.
And you'd also agree with me that there's a fishing pier on the south side of the Skyway Bridge, correct?
And the north side, sir.
There's no netting there?
No, sir.
Now, based upon the map that was shown to you during your direct examination, there's another residence located at 4340 72nd Avenue North, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never attempted to get entrance or attempt to make entry into that house and make any observations, correct?
We attempted to interview at that address, and it was declined.
Now, you were involved in the preparation and the request of certain search warrants in this case?
Yes, sir.
You never made an attempt to get a search warrant to enter that house, correct?
Correct, sir.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Yes.
Deputy Rosenberg, when was the defendant's vehicle observed traveling to and into Fort De Soto Park?
I'd have to review my report real quick.
Please go ahead if that will refresh your recollection.
There were 2 separate trips on that Saturday morning.
But were they both on Saturday morning?
Yes.
Okay. And what date was that?
That was the 11th.
And when, was this also the time where the defendant's car can be observed with the cooler?
Yes.
When you responded to the defendant's house and observed that cooler, how many days had passed?
It would have been approximately 2.5 to 3 days.
Moment to confirm?
Yes.
No further questions.
All right. Thank you, sir. You can step down. And state, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, at this time, the state rests.
All right, thank you. And defense, I'll have actually the attorneys just hold that. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a quick break, and then I'll bring you back in here, and it is getting a little bit later in the afternoon, so I'll have some information for you when you come back. So please take the jury out.
Yes, Your Honor.
Folks, go and pass that.
Follow me, please.
Your Honor, the jury's outside the door of the court.
Does the defense have a motion?
You do, Your Honor. Now I'm going to gather my thoughts and
Yes.
Honor, may I?
Yeah.
At this point, pursuant to Florida Rule of Criminal Procedure 3.380, the defense makes a motion for judgment of acquittal in viewing the facts and the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, which would be the non-moving party in this matter. They have not presented a prima facie case to the two charged crimes in this case, which we have a third-degree felony, aggravated animal cruelty, as well as the improper disposal of a dead animal. Now, if we take a look at just the outset of any criminal case, it's imperative that the state at least present evidence of venue and identification. In regards to venue, there has been no testimony, no evidence to establish that, one, that there was any, the aggravated cruelty was committed in Pinellas County. All we have is evidence of cell phones. However, based upon the testimony presented, there are reasonable inferences in favor of the defendant that the phone was not always with him and that there may have been situations where the defendant may have traveled outside of the county away from his phone. So there's been no affirmative testimony, not even circumstantial, that aggravated cruelty occurred and that it occurred within Pinellas County. In regards to the improper disposal of the dead animal, just because it was found in the mangroves doesn't mean that it was left there. We heard testimony from Jared Bristol, who analogized that bag with the contents of the dog almost being like a beer can or a can left in the water. There's tides coming in and out. It was coming and going. And so based upon that evidence, there's no affirmative evidence or circumstantial that that is the place where the bag was left. Secondly, when you look at the elements of aggravated animal cruelty, it's intentional. There is an element that requires intent to inflict repeated harm, which results in the cruel death of this animal or pain and suffering. There's been no evidence whatsoever identifying my client as the one who did this. As a matter of fact, we heard testimony from the state's own expert that based upon a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, there is evidence that, there's no evidence of cause of death. Obviously, she explained the reason at length that it's because that she didn't have the head, but that's not a defense problem, that's the state's problem. At the end of the day, no matter which way you look at her testimony, she testified, and she's able to testify on the ultimate issue, that this dog was deceased prior to decapitation. And there's no evidence that the decapitation was the cause of death in this matter. Now, if this court is going to take a look at that evidence and say, I disagree with you, Mr. Zamora, and the defense, there's nobody, and no evidence, circumstantial or direct, that places my client behind the sharp instrument, so to say. No evidence whatsoever. We've had identification of my client being the neighbors of certain neighbors, my client being family members, but that is it. No indication that my client was the one who committed this offense. And now, based upon that, they haven't established venue or identification. And if you take a look at I'm looking at the standard jury instructions, may I? I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I have a moment?
Yeah.
828.12, this is aggravated animal cruelty. A person who intentionally commits an act to an animal, or a person who owns or has custody or control of an animal and fails to act, which results in the cruel death or excessive or repeated infliction of unnecessary pain or suffering, or causes the same to be done, commits aggravated animal cruelty. So the state has to establish at least a prima facie case of intent. There has been no evidence of intent as it relates to my client, none whatsoever. They also have to, or at the other end of it, they have to establish that there's been intentional act or failure act. There's been no evidence that my client failed to act. So obviously, based upon the evidence that presented, the state's theory is the decapitation was the act, the specific act that that resulted in this dog's death. That falls apart based upon their expert's testimony. And then the second element is that intentional act results in the cruel death or excessive or repeated infliction of unnecessary pain or suffering. And again, there's no evidence to that, no ID, no venue. In regards to the improper disposal of a dead carcass, there's no evidence that is where there's no evidence that the mangroves is where the dog was left. No evidence whatsoever. That's not even the scene of the crime. Everybody's testified to it. I asked Deputy Rosenberg on his prior, the first time he came to testify, and he was the lead on this case. I'm like, do you have any direct evidence that my client did? He said no. And then I followed back up verbatim. Okay, how about indirect? He said no. There's been no evidence linking my client to this case other than he adopted a dog and he was seen at Fort De Soto Park on May 11th, 2024. That is it. That is the state's case against my client in a nutshell. Their own expert had to admit to us that there's no way of determining decomposition. So the state in their information have said, no, this had to have occurred in Pinellas County on May 10th or May 11th. There's no way of establishing, whether circumstantial or not, that dog was dropped off at Fort De Soto Park on the 11th or the 10th. We have the 12th unaccounted for. We have the 13th unaccounted for. We have the 14th unaccounted for. We have no evidence whatsoever. And so you have all these gaps in their evidence and in their case in chief, and there's no way that this could go to a jury because the only thing that they're going to consider is, hey, look, this guy adopted a dog. He was seen at Fort De Soto Park, which is not the scene of the crime in this case. It's the scene where the dog was found, floating in the water. A reasonable jury could infer that that is not where the dog was because of the tides coming in and out. And so based upon that evidence, the lack of the evidence, they have not met a prima facie case because there's no evidence to establish identity and there's no evidence to establish venue. And then on top of that, there's no evidence to establish an intentional act because the statute implies that this had to have happened to a dog that was alive that resulted in a death. Even if you were to take a look at the expert's testimony favorably, you don't get that. So for all those reasons, we ask that this court grant our judgment of acquittal.
Thank you. State?
Yes, Your Honor. So in cases where the state relies on circumstantial evidence to prove its case, the state is required to produce evidence that is inconsistent with the defendant's reasonable hypothesis of innocence. That's the standard that we use on the judgment of acquittal for the circumstantial cases. So here, by what we've gathered is that the defendant's hypothesis of innocence is that the dog got out, the defendant looked for the dog, and he doesn't know what happened to the dog. That evidence came from testimony from the defendant's statements that he made to law enforcement officers at or around the time of his arrest. Specifically, the evidence that the state has presented that is inconsistent with the defendant's hypothesis of innocence includes testimony from neighbors that was presented today, the neighbors who gave testimony that they did not ever see Mr. Rodriguez looking up and down the street for his dog. There's also video evidence that's been submitted into evidence. We only watched portions of it, but that video evidence also shows that at no point in time was Mr. Rodriguez or anybody from his family going up and down the street looking for the dog, which is inconsistent with the defendant's reasonable hypothesis of innocence, that he didn't know what happened to the dog, he went and looked for it. So that's that inconsistency that the state has produced. Further, the defendant also places himself at Fort De Soto Beach on May 11th, but there's another inconsistency there because the evidence from law enforcement was that the defendant said he went out to Fort De Soto Beach on May 11th to drop other people off at the beach. However, the video and photo evidence of toll booths right at Fort De Soto Beach and leading up to Fort De Soto Beach, that's again inconsistent with the defendant's hypothesis of innocence because the evidence shows that he was the only person in the car entering the park with a cooler large enough to fit that dog at the same location where the dog's body was found days later. So the defendant's statements that he went out to Fort De Soto to take other people there, that's inconsistent with what the evidence shows and what the state has produced today. And when viewing the evidence in light most favorable to the non-moving party, the state has produced evidence that is inconsistent with the defendant's reasonable hypothesis of innocence. Additionally, we have more testimony today from Jesus Hernandez Rivera from Animal Services. He called the defendant the same day that the defendant was called out at Fort De Soto Beach. The defendant told Mr. Hernandez Rivera that he was going to report the dog missing, that the dog had got out from whenever his wife let it out the night before. That statement by itself is already inconsistent with what the defendant already told law enforcement officers at a later date. And it's also inconsistent because we heard testimony at the end of the trial from Deputy Rosenberg that at no point was there ever a report made. Well, we heard testimony that there's no indication that Mr. Rodriguez ever went to law enforcement to go and report his animal as being missing. And again, that evidence that's been produced by the state is evidence that's inconsistent with the defendant's reasonable hypothesis of innocence. And at the end of the day, as far as proving ID in this case, we have a dead decapitated dog found out at Fort De Soto Beach. We have evidence of the defendant entering Fort De Soto Beach the morning after he adopted the dog from Animal Services. We have testimony from family members who live with the defendant saying that they are the ones who were also living at that address, who also saw the dog. Some of them did not see the dog. But at any rate, every single family member that we called said that they did not kill the dog. We excluded those witnesses as potential suspects, as potential other bad actors in this case. And it really leaves us with the defendant who adopted the dog, had care, custody, control of the dog, and is the only reasonable explanation left for how this dog ended up in the state that he was in. And that's when viewing the light and the evidence in the light most favorable to the non-moving party. As for the venue issue, again, if the reasonable hypothesis here is that it did not happen in Pinellas County, the state only has to produce evidence that is inconsistent with that hypothesis. If the hypothesis here is that it did not happen in Pinellas County, we've produced evidence that is inconsistent with that testimony. We heard from Detective Hayden, who shows that there's no indication that the defendant's phone ever left Pinellas County. None of the family members ever said that the defendant ever left Pinellas County. We heard testimony that the day after, on May 12th, the defendant was still in Pinellas County. And that's, the state's theory of the case is that the animal was killed, brought out to Fort De Soto Beach, and then the next day on the 12th, the defendant is still in Pinellas County. And again, when viewing the evidence in light most favorable to the non-moving party, we have proved the venue, and a reasonable juror could infer that all of the acts in this case occurred in Pinellas County. And at the end of the day, I'm just going to reiterate that in this circumstantial cases, it's the state, all the state needs to do is to produce evidence that is inconsistent with the defendant's reasonable hypothesis of innocence. And based on the inconsistent statements that the defendant provided, as well as the evidence that has been presented in court, all of that is inconsistent with the defendant's reasonable hypothesis of innocence. And for that reason, the court should deny the motion for judgment of acquittal.
Would you like to address the argument regarding they're entitled to JOA on intent and cruelty elements?
Yes, Your Honor. May I have a brief moment?
Yes.
Yeah, so Your Honor, again, we heard testimony, on that specifically, we heard testimony from Dr. Perman that the first strike could have caused paralysis on Dexter. There's not one, not two, not three, but there are 4 strikes that show, the 4 strikes by themselves shows intent. It's not like one was just an accident. It's, you heard testimony that it was a human who did those acts. It was not an animal who ripped Dexter's head off. And again, as far as the fact that the defendant is the one who had the intent to do that, we've excluded those other family members and the other people who were living with the defendant as the people who potentially committed this. Specifically on that, on one of those neck bones, there's that hesitation mark. There was at some point the sharp object stopped on the bone. And then after that, there were multiple other strikes. There was at least another strike that came after that. With Dr. Perman's testimony, she testified that even with that first strike causing paralysis or incapacitation, that the dog still would have suffered, that the dog still would have felt pain, still would have felt distress, and it was not an accident. So there's the intent element.
All right, thank you. Any rebuttal argument?
Yes, Your Honor. In regards to the posture we're at, obviously, they're the first JOA, which is made after the state's case in chief, and there's a renewal of that JOA, which has a different standard after all the close of the evidence. With all due respect, I believe the state is conflating and mixing those two elements. The first JOA, as far as I'm concerned, is based upon whether there's a prima facie case of all the elements of the crime charged. Now, the second JOA, the court has to consider, after all the evidence is closed, whether there is competent and substantial evidence to support a conviction, and if there's no reasonable juror that could infer innocence or find a hypothesis of innocence reasonable. Now, there's case law that I could provide to this court that says if the defendant does not testify, and there's no establishment of a hypothesis of innocence, the court still has to examine whether there's competent and substantial evidence that would enable this jury to find my client guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So you, as this court, is the gatekeeper to make sure, hey, look, is there enough competent and substantial evidence so when this jury goes back to deliberate, they're not going to convict my client just based upon emotion. There has to be something there. And all that's here is inconsistent statements, an adoption, and being at Fort De Soto Park at May 11th. We have no evidence that the dog was dropped off on May 11th at Fort De Soto Park. There's no evidence that my client did this intentionally. As a matter of fact, Dr. Perman had to admit to us that she has no knowledge of this case other than what was presented to her, and she has no idea of suspects. She has no knowledge if my client did this. Even the deputy said there's no evidence, direct or indirect, that my client was the one who did this. There's a lot of information that leaves a lot of questions open. There was no toxicology done. There was no analysis submitted for the gastric content and the liver, which could have showed a poison or ingestion of a substance. There's no head, which would show whether this was an accident. They can't exclude any evidence that this was not an accident. Correct? And the information that was testified to as to the first blow being a paralysis, you still have the glaring problem, who did the first blow? And there's no evidence that my client did it.
Thank you. Motion's denied. Is your client, are you going to put on any kind of case?
I gotta have a few moments to speak with
All
my
right,
client.
talk to him. And then I'll talk to him.
Can I take them in the back?
Sure.
Can we approach?
Yes. All right, defense, is Mr. Rodriguez going to testify?
Your Honor, we had a chance to speak with our client in private. At this point, he is electing to exercise his right not to testify.
Okay.
He understands there's going to be a colloquy.
Very good. Mr. Rodriguez, please raise your right hand.
Do the pucha. I think there's a problem with the...
¿Puede escuchar? Ahora sí. Por favor, levante su mano derecha.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated. All right, Mr. Rodriguez, good afternoon, sir. Would you acknowledge that you have been present for this entire jury trial?
Correct.
Correct. And have you been able to understand everything that's been said in this courtroom through the interpreters?
Correct.
Have you had enough time to discuss this case with your attorneys?
Correct. Correct.
Today, are you under the influence of any drug, alcohol, or medicine?
No. No.
Are you suffering from any sort of a mental illness today?
No.
Would you say you're clear-headed today?
Sure, yes.
You know who you are, where you are, and what's occurring, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, have you been satisfied with the services you've received from your lawyers up to this moment in time?
Yes.
Have they failed to employ any strategies or defenses that you have discussed with them?
No. No.
Have they done anything in this case against your wishes?
No. No.
Sir, do you understand you have an absolute right to testify in this case?
También entiendo. I also understand.
You also have an absolute right to choose not to testify. Do you understand that?
Sí. Yes.
And after full consultation with your attorneys, have you made a decision about what you want to do as far as testifying or not testifying?
Sí. Yes.
And what is that decision?
Not testify.
Okay, I'm going to explain to you, as I'm sure your lawyers have, the advantages and disadvantages that go along with either of those decisions. So an advantage of testifying, obviously, is it would be your ability to tell this jury in your own words exactly what happened or didn't happen in this case. Do you understand that?
Sí. Yes.
And defense, are you going to call any other witnesses in this matter?
At this point, no.
So with that said, you would really be the only person that could come in and testify and provide a version of what happened in your own words or what didn't happen in your own words. You understand that?
Yes, I understand.
Your lawyers can make arguments on your behalf, but they're not testifying, not providing any evidence to the jury. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. So that's a great advantage to testifying. Disadvantages would be, since you are being prosecuted by the state, you are sort of the main show, for lack of a better description. And they will do everything they can to cross-examine you vigorously within the bounds of the law, make you look bad in front of the jury, trip you up, and try to essentially make you look like you are not credible, and that the jury should not believe what you were telling the jury. And they would do that, within the bounds of the law, but very aggressively, since they're prosecuting you. And I have not been involved in any plea negotiations in this case, but this case is punishable by up to 5 years in prison, so it's obviously a serious charge that they're pursuing vigorously, having called, I think, 20 witnesses, and one of those was called twice. So I can bet that they would do their very best to vigorously cross-examine you. Okay, so you understand that's what you'd be subjected to if you chose to testify.
Yes.
All right, and does this gentleman have any impeachable prior criminal history of any kind?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so they would not be able to inquire into any criminal past because they're telling the court that you have no criminal past. All right, so you understand the advantages and disadvantages that go along with testifying or not testifying, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you need any more time with your lawyers before we move forward with this case as to that decision?
Ellos sabrán lo que van a hacer.
They know what they have to do.
Do you have any questions for me before we proceed any further?
¿Tienen alguna pregunta para mí antes de seguir con el juicio?
No, que continúen a ver que determina.
No, let it continue.
Okay, and has anyone promised you anything to get you to decide not to testify in this case?
No.
Has anyone pressured you or forced you into this decision today?
No.
And you're doing this of your own free will, is that correct?
Voluntariamente.
Voluntarily.
Very good. At this time, the court makes a finding that Mr. Rodriguez has made an intelligent, informed decision to choose to not testify in this case, and he will not take the stand and testify, and that this is not the product of coercion, force, or threat. He's doing this freely and voluntarily, and the court will instruct the jury appropriately regarding a defendant not testifying at the appropriate time. So my understanding, defense, is we're going to bring the jury back in. I'm going to say, does the defense wish to present a case? You're going to say the defense rests or whatever you want to respond to that. I'm then going to instruct the jury to be back here at probably 10 o'clock tomorrow morning for closing arguments, instructions and closings. After the jury exits, we'll hear the additional JOA argument at that time, and then we'll be pretty much done with today. As I indicated earlier, a juror and jury selection said they had plane tickets, I believe, to fly away, I think tomorrow. But we have 9 jurors, so if for some reason someone doesn't come back tomorrow, we have plenty of alternates, and we'll just deal with it. I'm not going to inquire into the panel because they have not brought it to my attention. But other than that, anything else we need to discuss before we bring the jury back into this room?
Your Honor, do we plan on doing the charge conference this afternoon, or do you want to do it tomorrow? Okay.
Your Honor, I just want to put on the record, do you want it now or after we bring the jury back in, the renewed JOA, because it's a different standard, which you know my arguments. I apologize, you know my arguments, but I want to put on the record the different standard now that the close of evidence has concluded.
That's what I was trying to say. I'm gonna bring them in, I'm gonna let you close or rest, and then I'm gonna send them home, and then you're gonna make your JOA argument.
Yes, sir.
Okay, anything else?
No, sir.
All right, let's bring in the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, next with a physical copy of the proposed jury instructions.
Yes, sir.
Officers and jury boxes.
All right, thank you. The state having rested its case, does the defense wish to present a case?
At this time, no, Your Honor, the defense rests.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, members of the jury, it's almost 5 o'clock, so we're not going to try to keep you here any longer today. We're going to come back tomorrow for closing arguments and then deliberations. So the same instructions I've given you all up to, every day also apply. Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any research. I know you've noticed there's a TV camera in here. So this is a media case, so please stay off the internet. Don't look up anything. And I'll see you back tomorrow. And I think we're going to do what we did today, have you all back here ready to go hopefully about 10 o'clock in the morning. And I don't anticipate the closing arguments and instructions to be extremely lengthy, so you should be deliberating around lunchtime is my anticipation. So I will see you all tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Have a good evening. Seats. Follow me, please.
Jury's outside the hearing in the court, and we'll now proceed with a charge conference. Defense, do you have a copy of the jury instructions?
Your Honor, can I make my motion real quick?
Oh, I'm sorry. State, do you have a copy of the jury instructions?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Renewed motion for judgment of acquittal?
Yes, Your Honor, at this time, now that the evidence has all been closed and the defense has rested, it's not just a prima facie case, it's competent and substantial evidence. Based upon the evidence and the lack thereof, there's no reasonable jury that could find my client guilty of the offenses based upon the information that's been presented and entered into evidence in this case. And again, I direct this court's attention to ID, no establishment of identification, which is pivotal and crucial and necessary in any criminal case, as well as no evidence of intent, and there's no establishment of venue as to where the aggravated animal cruelty occurred.
All right, thank you. State?
Yes, Your Honor, the state in large part would rest on our previous argument about how the evidence in this case that the state has produced has been inconsistent with the defendant's reasonable hypothesis of innocence. In this case, again, specific to the intent, there were 4 hacks. At least one of them had the notch mark showing that it wasn't an accident, that something happened. It was an intentional act, or at least 4 acts that cut the dog's head off. The testimony from Dr. Perman that the dog from at least one of them could have been paralyzed and suffered. And then as for the venue argument, again, circumstantial evidence. We don't have eyes on the defendant at all times, 24/7 when he adopts the dog to whenever the dog is found in Fort De Soto. But we do have the cell phone records that belong to the defendant. The evidence that we heard was that the defendant there was no evidence or no indication that he had left the county. And then lastly, going back to the identification issue, we do have evidence, we have testimony, we've got video evidence that's been submitted to the court, or to Madam Clerk, of the neighbors who essentially contradict the defendant's statements that he gave to law enforcement officers, as well as the statements that he gave to Animal Services. And those statements and that testimony, again, is inconsistent with the defendant's reasonable hypothesis of innocence. For that reason, the state or the court should deny the defense motion for judgment of acquittal.
Rebuttal, Your Honor, I just want to put 2 cases on the record.
Yes, sir.
State v. Timiaski, that's TIMIANSKI, 289 Southern 3rd, 973, 4th DCA 2020. In that case, there's a proposition that this court has to conduct a circumstantial analysis when considering motion for judgment of acquittal. There's no direct evidence in this case. It's wholly circumstantial, so I believe this court needs to take that into consideration. I'm going to also rely upon Passetti v. State. That's a 2nd DCA case. It's still good law. It's not even in question. 157 Southern 2nd 445, 2nd DCA
Sorry, give me the last portion of that, 157 Southern Second.
157, excuse me, Southern Second, 445, Second DCA 1963. Based upon that, that's a circumstantial evidence case. The court found that the judgment of acquittal was proper. For example, I'm referencing key site 8, that's on page 5 of this opinion. There was no direct evidence of the manner of Shelton's death. Obviously, that's a human being in that case. I'm going to equate that and analogize it to the dog in this case. The conviction must stand or fall wholly upon circumstantial evidence. While we do not endeavor here to completely state or restate the law of Florida with reference to the sufficiency of circumstantial evidence to sustain a conviction, we merely note that many decisions of the courts of Florida are to the general effect that such evidence must be of a conclusive nature and tendency, and it must be consistent with guilt and inconsistent with innocence, leading on the whole to a reasonable and moral certainty that the accused and no one else committed the offense charged. For example, the evidence in the case that I'm referencing is insufficient to meet the circumstantial evidence test. The facts in that case were that the state established there was an immoral relationship of the defendant with the decedent, and the decedent's expressions of threats to his life sometime prior to his death are sufficient to point the finger of suspicion toward the defendant. But when considered as a whole, we find the circumstantial evidence offered for conviction discloses a possibility of innocence, which is as equally strong as a possibility of guilt. So if there's, just for the sake of argument, the state has pointed the finger at my client and says, at best, they're saying, hey, look, this is a little suspicious. But based upon this second DCA case, that's not enough. And at best, that's what they have. A possibility of guilt, but also a possibility of innocence. And for all those reasons, and the heightened standard at this second GOA, we ask that this court grant our motion.
All right, I'll take it under advisement because I've been provided with a new law that I need to read. That was just cited during this your argument. So I'll read that and I'll give you all a ruling in the morning. Let's do our charge conference, please.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, if I could, just for an abundance of caution, are the witnesses released from those subpoenas?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, someone could try to walk in tomorrow and reopen. I don't know why we need to be so eager to release people from subpoenas. So I wouldn't.
That's fine.
Okay, so
Thank you.
the answer is no. All right, can we now please do our charge conference? All right, very good. Do you have the instructions in front of you, counsels?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Nolan, you have those in front of you as well?
Yes, sir. I've got an electronic copy in front of me.
All right, and Ms. Beltran
Yes, sir.
is there. So let's get started. 3.1, introduction to final instructions. Members of the jury, any objection to that instruction? Defense?
None.
State?
No objection.
3.2, statement of charge. Any objection to that? Defense?
No.
State?
No, Your Honor.
3.8E, venue. Any objection to that? Defense?
Your Honor, we initially requested it. We're going to be withdrawing that request.
Okay, so venue will be removed. Do you agree with that, State?
Yes, Your Honor.
29.13, aggravated cruelty to animals. Let me read through this. To prove the crime of aggravated cruelty to animals, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Domingo Rodriguez intentionally committed an act to an animal or owned or had custody or control of an animal and failed to act. 2, Domingo Rodriguez's act or failure to act resulted in excessive or repeated infliction of unnecessary pain or suffering to the animal or the animal's cruel death. If you find Domingo Rodriguez guilty of aggravated cruelty to animals, pardon me, you must then determine whether the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that he knowingly and intentionally tortured or tormented an animal, and in so doing injured or mutilated or killed the animal. Cruelty, torture, torment includes any act, omission, or negligence whereby unnecessary or unjustifiable pain or suffering is caused, permitted, or allowed to continue when there is reasonable remedy or relief, except when none in the interest of medical science. And in that last paragraph, torture is bracketed and torment is bracketed, and all three of those words have quotation marks on it. Defense, do you have any objection to this instruction?
Yes, and I can explain why.
Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, if you take a look.
And you all can remain seated for the charge conference.
Yes, sir. So if, I'm trying to find it, but if you look at the Florida Supreme Court standard jury instruction for aggravated animal cruelty, as well as the information in this case, that second paragraph under elements 1 and 2, that's an enhancement that's contemplated by statute. So if that enhancement is proven beyond all reasonable doubt, there is a heightened sentence that this court can give to the defendant, which would be an enhanced fine. I believe it's $2,500. I got to double check. However, if you take a look at the state's information in this case, the one and only information, they have not cited to the specific subsection of that statute, which would trigger and put the defense on notice of them seeking the aggravation in this case. So that second paragraph and the cruelty paragraph should be omitted because they have not put us on notice, and their charging document does not contain that subsection, which details the aggravation in this case. And if you look at the standard instruction, it's give applicable the enhancement. That specific statute which contains the enhancement is not contained in the information.
I would tend to agree. State?
Your Honor, though the subsection is not contained, we did allege 828.12 subsection 2, and we tracked the exact language here, and the state's position that we have sufficiently alleged that in the information to put defense on notice of the state's intent to pursue that enhanced charge, or that enhancement.
And it's just some monetary enhancement?
Yes, Your Honor. And it's a mandatory prison sentence, or excuse me, jail sentence of 60 days.
Okay. You cite, let's start with the words first. Are cruelty, torture, and torment alleged in the information?
You have
Intentionally torture or torment, and you have cruel death. And then 828.122 is alleged. And this has us looking for 828.122A.
That's correct, Your Honor. The state does concede that we do not have 2A specifically included in the first
Yeah,
count.
I mean, I'm gonna err on the side of caution and get rid of this. I mean, and all it does is potentially remove a mandatory fine and a Pinellas County jail sentence. So unless you want to make some compelling argument to the contrary, I think it'd be better practice to remove this.
Understood, Your Honor.
And that way the jury's making a cleaner, more straightforward decision. All right, so that'll be removed. And then we move on to 3.4. Any objection to that instruction, defense?
Yes, Your Honor, and I can explain why.
Your Honor, I apologize. Before we move forward, are we keeping torture and torment all in? Cruelty, torture, and torment?
No, all that's coming out based on the court's ruling. So it just ends after 2, right?
Your Honor, I believe that the definition of cruelty stay in because we have alleged cruel death. Additionally, yes.
So I guess the state's asking if we could have cruelty with the definition remaining but remove torture and torment.
Okay, definition of cruelty, a cruel death charge. Right, you got that.
Right.
And then you just want to define cruelty. You get rid of torture and torment?
I mean,
Well, you allege torture and torment in the allegation, but,
I refer to Ms. Beltran.
and it's not up in 1 or 2. Yeah, I mean, I think the cleanest thing would just be to define cruelty. You don't really need any definition of torture or torment
Okay.
based on the court's earlier ruling. Defense agree to that? They're entitled to have cruel defined.
I'm looking, Your Honor. If I may, I apologize. I have no legal objection.
Okay, so that'll stay in a definition of cruelty. All right, so let's move on to 3.4, lesser included. What's the defense objection to that?
Your Honor, if you take a look, if I may redirect your attention back to the Florida Supreme Court standard instruction for aggravated animal cruelty, there is no category 1 lesser included, and only category 2 is attempt.
Yeah.
Now, if I printed out, I have a copy for Your Honor. I printed out,
So you want no lesser?
there's no lesser, actually, it's, may I approach?
Yes. I just need to know, do you want a lesser or do you
No,
want something?
no lesser. This is the instruction from the Florida Supreme Court website regarding lesser included, and I have a copy, Hook v. State, 316 Southern 3rd, 788.
I'm pretty familiar with this.
Okay.
All right.
So we don't believe it's permissible to include the lesser included.
Okay. State, what's your position on that?
The state has alleged the misdemeanor animal cruelty 828.12 subsection 1, and the language that we've included in the information does include language from the statute for misdemeanor animal cruelty. We have included did unnecessarily mutilate or kill an animal, and that is specifically provided for in the first section of 828.12 for misdemeanor animal cruelty. A person who unnecessarily overloads, overdrives, torments, deprives of necessary sustenance or shelter, or unnecessarily mutilates or kills an animal or causes the same to be done, commits the animal cruelty and misdemeanor in the first degree.
At your convenience, I may have a brief rebuttal.
Yes?
There's no exact tracking of the language of the misdemeanor animal cruelty contained in this information. There's no notice that misdemeanor animal cruelty was going to be included. Secondly, this goes against what the Florida Supreme Court has already adopted and standardized. It's against the case law that I've referenced to this court, and there is case
Now, I'm going to instruct the jury on misdemeanor animal cruelty, because it does track with the information.
and I provided a copy of this to the state as well.
All right, thank you. All right, so let's go on and assume that we do wind up having animal cruelty and the court doesn't change its ruling. Let's look at 29.13A, and this has a bunch of brackets and whatnot, so we need to get rid of brackets. As far as A, what words, if any, need to be removed from that defense?
You're asking the defense?
Yes. I'm assuming overloaded, overdrove, need to be taken out.
Yeah, there's no evidence to establish that.
I don't see anything about tormenting in the information, so that needs to be taken out. Mutilated and killed are both in there. And you can do both of those in the same act, so I think that should be and/or. So please add an and/or, get rid of the brackets. B, deprived an animal of necessary sustenance or shelter. There's no evidence of that. That can be removed. Carried an animal in or upon a vehicle or otherwise in a cruel or inhumane manner. There was some reference to improper transportation, but that was not part of this case and it's not charged in the information. So that'll come out. And then torment, we don't need a definition of that. And then where does it say in a cruel manner? I guess it says so in the information.
That would have been, Your Honor, with respect to the misdemeanor, it would have been in respect to option C, the carrying the animal in a vehicle in a cruel manner.
Okay.
So that, the state's position is that comes out.
So misdemeanor animal cruelty just requires that you unnecessarily mutilated or killed an animal?
Yes, Your Honor.
And/or, okay. So we'll get rid of that entire definition section. All right, and I know it doesn't change your position on your earlier argument defense, but any objection to that, this redrafted misdemeanor animal cruelty?
I stand by my prior objection.
Okay, the state? Agreed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Unlawful disposal of bodies of dead animals. My understanding is you worked together on this one because there's no jury instruction, so I'll read it into the record. To prove the crime of unlawful disposal of dead animals, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Domingo Rodriguez did dispose of the carcass of any domestic animal by dumping such carcass on any public road or right-of-way or in any place where such carcass can be devoured by beast or bird. Any objection to that definition, defense?
No, that's exactly what the statute says.
State?
No objection.
All right. All right, plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof. This looks standard. Did you pull the latest reasonable doubt instructions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection to page, or actually to 3.7, defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Can we look at the standard instruction, which includes the options available?
Yeah, you can. Do you have it in front of you?
Yeah, I do. There's a section that I don't see in here, which says the defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything to the crimes of insert crimes, as I previously explained to you. That's not in there. We need that in there.
That's only related to affirmative defense,
3.7. All right. So what are you alleging is missing? Because I've got the standard up in front of me.
There's a portion, I see where the state's saying, but there's a portion where you can insert the affirmative defenses, so you can qualify that statement where normally the defense does not have to present any evidence. However, in this case, they presented an affirmative defense, and in that case, they put a burden upon themselves. However, there is language that should be in there. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything to the crimes of aggravated animal cruelty and improper disposal, as I previously explained to you.
So you're saying that's currently in the standard jury instruction, 3.7?
I could approach it. I could check it out.
I'm seeing the same thing.
Where?
It says the bracketed, on the Florida Bar jury instructions website.
Okay, that's the problem. They've messed this up. So do I go to the Flaw Bar website? Because we used to have it contemporaneous in our system and it was the standard. It just did not look right. So if I go to the Flaw Bar site, how do I quickly get to the standard jury instructions?
There should be tabs where it says,
Oh, you know what I could do? I could share my screen if that might help, just to be a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I'd like it up here if someone could tell me how to get there.
Okay.
criminal, there should be a tab where once you get, if you type in Florida Bar standard jury instructions, there should be a criminal tab or a box. Click that, and then it should give you a drop down of, preliminary instructions during, post-trial. That's what I see.
I just don't like the fact that they took it off of our mainline system. All right, so let's see here. So I'm looking for 3, right? Okay. 3.7. So state, in the future, just give me the whole current one, and then we'll mark stuff out. Don't alter it, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, here we go. So we're all looking at the same thing now, the standard. Mr. Zamora, what language would you point to in the standard that you want me to take a look at?
It's in the third bold paragraph from the top.
The defendant not required to present evidence or prove anything.
To the crimes of,
Right.
as I previously explained to you.
Yeah, I think that needs to be in there. State?
Yes, Your Honor.
So what do we want it to read?
You need to read, the defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. See, as I previously instructed you, I think.
No, it says to the crimes of, and then you have to
Right, it says insert relevant affirmative defense.
Which there are none.
To the crimes of, yeah. Yeah, so it should read, the defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything to the crime of. No, but I think, Mr. Zamora, I think that is saying, except for the defense of, to the crime. I think it should just read of anything. But if you really want me to repeat aggravated animal cruelty multiple times, I'm happy to do it.
I think to be quite honest, as long, and the italics, they said that the bracketed part, not the whole paragraph, should be given only when there's an affirmative defense. But as long as the defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything, as I previously explained to you, as long as that's in there, we're satisfied.
The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything, as I previously explained to you. I think is how it should read.
Yes, sir.
I think that's fair.
Okay, so please make sure it's in there.
And we'll have it in there for future use in Division B.
Thank you. I kind of like to follow the standard jury instructions when necessary. All right, anything else about 3.7? This is usually the easiest paragraph to discuss. Anything else?
No, sir.
All right. 3.9, Wayne, did you take anything out, State?
So, Your Honor, the state would suggest taking out.
Right now, you've left everything in.
Right. So I guess it's hard to see the highlighted portions on the printed out copy. The state would ask that 6, 7, 9, and 10 be removed.
Okay, defense 6, 7, 9, and 10. Out.
6, 7, 9, 10?
Yes, sir.
We'll agree.
All right. 6, 7, 9, and 10 will be removed and have it renumbered.
And there's above, well, now I just messed it up, but the new number 6, whatever, I guess it would be 5, 6, 7, 8.
The new number 6 will be had any pressure or threat.
I guess there's a bracketed portion in between.
Or no, 7 went out, right? Did we take 6 and 7 out? Sorry.
Yes.
All right, what's your question?
So there's a bracketed portion, I'm just gonna change that to they.
No, I want that to be he or she.
He or she?
Yeah, remove the brackets. And then on page 2 of that instruction, we will remove the defendant in this case has become a witness. That's third from the bottom. You got that?
Yes.
Any other comment on 3.9 defense?
No.
State?
Yes, so Your Honor, the 2 paragraphs above what we just took out for the defendant becoming a witness, so we have, you must consider testimony of some witnesses with more caution than others. I think that's the co-defendant, and then the paragraph after that, well, I guess we can address that one. That's one that the state would ask to get removed.
You must consider the testimony of some witness